Good morning, everybody, and welcome on in. How are we all doing today? Are we doing well? Wait, I walked in on my own stream. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I was not expecting that. Why is that one so far behind? You're doing good, and Sean is also on 17, and welcome in. Well, how are we doing? Is it all good? It feels a bit quieter than normal. Is it normal volume today? Usually I can hear more. Just want to check before I commit to starting. Right, that looks good enough for me. So welcome back to the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge. Thank you, Sean, thank you. Yeah, I've had some updates, so whenever you do updates, they break things, right? We hate Windows at times. I'm just going to make sure the tracker is working, so I'll do one encounter here before we do the tree run. And then we can get going. I like to do the tree run early. That's usually my safe bet. It would have been funny if that was the shiny one, right? All 4,200 that we've done so far. And it's working. That's good. But how was everything on, well, yesterday, I guess? I didn't see anyone yesterday, or I only saw people in chats. Did everyone have a good Friday? Got much planned for your weekend, etc., etc.? The Dusk Book. And Rick has hit 10 badges, which does mean Rick can pick something for the Scroll of Destiny, if he wants to. It is up to you. So I've got to do my very, very slow early part of this. My little circle of destiny. Just the square of it. Of course, it's just the square of it. We wanted something different. Do we get the square of it? Just asking because I know the challenge between people's preferences. But do you have to have one of each mon, or can you? The idea is to have one of each mon. Yes. So this is a living. Basically, it's a twist on the Professor Oak's challenge, with a few little rules to do it in the hardest possible way. That's pretty much it. The Scroll of Destiny is basically all of the Pokemon below at the bottom of the screen. They're all shiny targets that people have picked that I should be hunting for. It's sort of the idea is you're watching after so many streams, you get to pick something to add to it. The first 10, then it is 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, etc. Goes up in 20s. At 50 you get to pick a legendary or mythical, and at 25 you can pick something that will appear on screen if it is mentioned in chat. Pretty much, that's the goal of it. It doesn't matter if there are repeats. I am going to be building living dexes in each game at some point. So if you see something there and you want me to go for it, we'll add it as a ×2, because one is for the Switch 2 living dex. Like, if it's in this game, it can be for the Shiny Professor Voices, it can be the Sword and Shield dex. So it's my way of sort of having a lot of the same things, but not looking like they're just the same things being mentioned. Or you can have a random number. I've got a random number generator. And I also have... you can just draw I can draw a card out of the box of mystery Pokemon cards. So there is the role that those two can give you a legend, and it will get added. That's kind of what it is. The list is quite long. If you want to see what's on there, without waiting for it to go through, I've got this collection set up. So everything for the last couple of weeks has been added to it. If I get it and there's repeats, there'll just be clips of all of the shinies that we get. And I do have a little bit of a rule that if it's... So say, for example, you picked Charizard and I need Charmander for one of the living dexes. If I catch a Charmander, I will take the Charizard off if Charmander or Charmeleon hasn't been picked. Because the reality is, I can make it a Charizard. And Charizard's a bit of an extreme one. Basically, if it's in the wild to get shiny, I generally try to leave it. As in, I always like to get the basest form first. It's a weird mentality I have, but I find it a lot smoother at the end of the day. But yeah, I got a bit carried away with it. Like, at the beginning I was doing a lot of loading up Scarlet and Violet, throwing on together a sandwich and getting a lot of shinies, but I realised it was going too fast, this challenge, or like I didn't want to use the sandwiches really anymore. So that's why we sort of took a step back to do more of the harder hunts. If we do that game, my rule, if it's going to count for the Switch 2 living dex, is pretty much I'm allowed to use encounter power, and that's it. There is no sparkling power unless we do the Paldean adventure, which was sort of locking me to a location with the Academy special. Basically, that was the idea. We did the Academy special and moved on. And hello, Maisie, with the first badge. How are we doing? Welcome to our Shiny Professor Voices challenge of doing the hardest possible thing on Sword and Shield. With the community, I guess, as well. Where we've got 3 shiny so far. I've got 0. But I've got to do the very boring tree shake every day. Until we get 2 Cherubies. And some Applins. So, this is like the morning routine. Before we return to Route 1 to do it all over again. That's the plan. And all is up to 19. Very nice. Good morning to you. 2 Cherubies. 2 Cherubies. Terrybot's being good. We like that. How was your hunting yesterday? I always feel like you should be able to get inside that. But how can you get inside it? And I've just never been in there. No, you can't get in there. Fair enough. Right. As you can tell, my submissions pretty well. Okay, I didn't see any submissions this morning. Is that bad? Did I miss them? Let's have a look. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I did do a little bit of the Diglett grinding. I've got all of the Diglets, so we can see here. You may have also had a little peek at something else I shouldn't have had. So I've got my stuff that will need to be bred eventually across here. So for that's part 2. I could probably put the reboot there, couldn't I? You don't need these, but you have to take them anyway. And I have got myself the Urshifu at level 10. So that was a Pokemon. So, but in fairness, nobody's caught anything in like 3 days now. So you unlocked the Crowratic and got an apricot ball on 2 rolls. I think I'm going to plan to do that once a week, go and do that. I think it might be the most sensible rather than me just doing it every stream. We sort of go around once, do it all. But the reality is we do not unlock the Porygon until we are champion. Basically, it looks like you can't Gigantamax the Urshifu until you are champion. But it might be that we haven't... I don't think... Have we learnt about Dynamaxing yet? Actually. We might not have learnt about Dynamaxing. That might also be why it's not working. I don't think... Have I got the Dynamax bracelet? Oh, I do have it. I do have it. The other little thing to do is you get the XP charm, which is going to be kind of nice. Save a bit of work. But I went through the whole of the Austin John guide, and you will get 105 Diglets if you without having to get the Surfworth version of it. So that is your Alolan starter sorted. We have to return to the Diglets after we get the 5th badge. That's when we'll have to get... Well, it's actually only Alolan Diglett and Dugtrio bred. So I think that's the only 2. So that isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But we'll wait. The only other thing I should really do is advance Route 3 a little bit, because it looks like there is a Cherubi tree on Route 3. Which might not be the worst thing to get set up. But that's the little things I learned. I also discovered Scraggy had 2 overworld spawns. I think that's like... It's 3 trainers to get it. Yeah. My suggestion is always just beat all the trainers. But I think part of me wants to save it in case I do some evolution of one of the Route 1 stuff. So at least they can just be in the party, get some XP. Because I haven't even done the hop battle yet. Fun fact, the Ivysaur does learn False Swipe. So I have a False Swiper now. By accident. A happy little accident, as they may call him. Right. It's just having to do this on legs is a bit frustrating. I will say that. There wasn't one up there, but there was one up there that I've been missing. So I didn't really want to trigger too much. And the little tip to finish the Urshifu storyline is put the cub fruit in home, and you can just take your high level stuff in and beat him quickly. And then you can put the cub fruit back in your party and touch the scroll and evolve it. And that's why you get a level 10 cub or Urshifu. So I went with the water one. Don't know why, just did. Otherwise you have to do the whole thing with just a Cubfu, which you'll have to level up to a minimum of level 30 to really stand a chance. So it's not great, I would say. But I don't really mind doing the slow little walk around. I didn't think that was... Okay. Hello. If we encounter stuff, we encounter stuff, okay? The tracker is just going to count. Doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't. It's just a number. No. Right. I think I found like 2 more trees that I've been ignoring. I don't need to get worried with items. Hello, Rob. Thank you for the lurk. And welcome up, level up, baby. I did try what you sent me, but it didn't seem to work as well. But it might be because I've also got the time on it as well. But I don't know. I don't know. It shows how incapable I am at any of that side of the things. I don't know if I know you're lurking, so I don't want to say too much. But the one I know you hadn't worked on the setting up the auto tracker yet, and I think the rule for using the auto tracker is you need the hunt set up with both time and counter. That might be why it didn't quite click. I don't know if you have to show it on the output though. I think I've just done it to show that I've been doing this for 24 hours. It's no worries. It's no worries. I think he's even mentioned that there's going to be a plan to work on it a little bit anyway. So, and Azake has hit a free stream streak. Hopefully you are well. I will try to get back to the EVs at some point. If they actually ever turn up. Now, is there... I wish I could find a better way. The first one I didn't work until I did both, but the other one I've set up since hasn't had time to do it. Okay. So basically we were trying to work on something to actually change the font color. Because I have this weird thing in my head that I personally hate black and white as a base color of font colors. It's just something in my head. I hate writing in white and I hate writing on white. I hate writing in black on white. It's just something I don't like. So we were trying to see if we could figure out a code to make it show it in a different color. Well, I say we. I think Rob was doing all the work. I sort of suggested it could be done, but he went to work on a little bit of it. I think I like the idea of having the time on there because of just how long all these hunts actually are. And I lose so much time doing this run. That's also a problem. That's a me thing though. It's a me thing. I know there is a tree here now, which I've been skipping. Only way I think would be able is text file. Rob has got it to work. He has got it to work, but it didn't seem to work on the one I've got set up. I've seen the picture of the number in the yellow goldy colour. So I think it might be just because I've got the time, it's not quite reading it. But good luck with the challenge. You gotta go. Have a good day. Hopefully it will be a good... I'm guessing there's a new set of cards out, so I hope you get some as well. And thank you for going to say hello. I'm sure we'll see everyone in the future. Right. Right, this long walk. The long walk around the map. Right, maybe it is something that's coming in the future. We never know. That's the thing. We never know. Come on, Applin. Be good. Be good. I know I need like 3 of you. Hello, RJ. How are you today? Will this be the Applin of our dreams? Oh, shake, shake, shake. All the shaking. Look how much we're getting. Okay, and then we lose it all to a Squovert. I don't want you, Squovert. Go away. Nobody wants you. You're definitely going to be the first phase in this challenge. I can tell by a mile away. You are going to cause all of my problems. Definitely. I found out there was one up here that I've been ignoring as well. Yeah, this is what happens when you go on the Diglett hunt. You actually discover the trees that don't appear very quickly. So I've found out that I've been missing about 4 trees every time I've done this. So now that we have a few more on the rotation, we can see that, well, the tracker it started on 0. We did one to make sure it was working. So we get, what, 20 a day? At best. I guess the odds may be in our favour in a shaking tree encounter. I don't know. I don't know. But as we've also mentioned before, my knowledge of computers is about as good as certain orange people at running countries. Oh, I can get mushrooms. But we'll focus on our trees. I'm pretty sure there are no trees here on the challenge beach, though. Happy Pig Day? Why is it Pig Day? Oh, for Lechonk. Is it Lechonk Day? How many are you gonna get, Elite? How many? 152 on the badges. I keep forgetting about Lechonk Day. Be interesting to see how we got the different text color working. I think once it gets perfectly working, I can share it, or he might share it as well. I think that'll be the best way. Make sure we get everything smooth before we do. Like, the only reason why it might not work on my end was, I think some of it was in English and some of it was in Dutch, but then it would have worked for him for the same thing. Maybe my computer doesn't recognize Dutch. Maybe that's it. You want it to stay special. Scraggy Day is every day, isn't it? Goodbye, 16 items. I don't really care about the items. I need the applins. And we get some of it. Like, we lose one item. It's not the end of the world. Like, let's not forget that. Oh, a sandstorm. Great. Don't want to be here. Scraggy Storm. I did end up finding some Scraggies last time, actually. Scraggy doesn't spawn in this area, I don't think. He spawns on the Challenge Beach. No, Challenge Road in a sandstorm. But when I was doing the Diglets and stuff, I found a couple of overworld Scraggies. But they didn't want to be shiny. We'll go that way. We'll go that way, though. It would be nice to see where Scraggy turns up, but it probably won't be sandstorming up there. You have to remember that. Is this the last tree? I think this is the last tree. That's what we want, but we want a golden apple. So, not this time. Not this time. But yeah, it'll get worked on, and if he finds something good, we might be able to share it with others. It was fun. It was fun. Not like it's. I got a bit more confused because I didn't really know too much about the characters. But you've watched Minority Report. Did you like it? It is a little bit on the older side now, but I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, there's no Scraggy up here today. Good, good. No Scraggies, I don't think, today. Or is it here that Scraggy appears? Nope. Shall we do a random one just to be sure? Nope, that's a blip bug. Ironically, the thing I'm actually looking for. But I'm pretty sure that is all of the trees done that I can get to. So we'll go back to Route 1. Why 4K checks? Because that's how many we've had since we haven't had a shiny yet, at least. I would like it to be less. Just the shinies don't want to turn up. And they hate us. That's pretty much the problem. Like, I think the two people that have done the most encounters have had the least shinies at 0. The people who are shinies too rare, CA goods. No. Like, well, even with CA, I've been doing some full odd stuff, and I've actually got 2 shinies. So, it happens. That's the thing. You just have one day it's good, the next day it is not so. It's fine. I'm probably going to get rid of this Rookity, because it's going to annoy me. I want Squovit so it runs into the other grass. You can get Squovit out of the main bit of grass, and it makes it a lot smoother. You don't want Wooloo or Nickit, because they just stand in your way. Rookity does annoying loops. How was Pokego? It was a game that I still do my basics in. Not much has changed. I do my basics, get my gem, spend some stops. I'm getting closer to whatever the quest is to get the shiny Mew. Not much closer. I had to decide to start doing it in the summer when no ice types spawn. So, that's my fault. I need a couple of fighting types, about 20 dragons, and about 27 ice types. So that's where we are at the moment. But I did get my Celebi at last. I also got... maybe I've never really sat close enough to do one though. I probably have one. Probably. I've got a load of rubbish item-wise. I should probably do that when I'm at like the cinema, and when I'm in like a place with like 3 or 4 Pokestops around me before the movie starts. Before I start RKOing people for playing on their phones during the movie. Well, thank you for the follow. We do have them on Anonymous, so feel free to enjoy the Shiny Professor Voices challenge, or the Switch 2 Shiny Living Decks, where we try to do as many different versions of shiny hunting as possible, where chat can pick a shiny Hoot Hoot for us. There we go. We get a shiny. I told you we would get the shiny, and we got the rarest one on the encounter. How is this possible? This is the rarest spawn here. So let's be good little Hoot Hoot and stay in the luxury ball. And there, I'm off the mark at last. Freedom at 4,000. You bought the bird indeed. I don't know how that happened. Why is that the one we got? Hello, Suki. How are we doing today? So yeah, the owl-type Pokemon. We've got the one encounter, so I will do the proper pictures because of how this works. The challenge. Who would like to help nickname this after a video game character? Preferably not one from Pokemon itself. That's the big thing, not a Pokemon one. I will have to swap the trackers around now, because I'm going to go to Route 2. Or do we carry on now? We want to do one per route. One per route. I don't even know if I need this for my Switch 2. I know we've said we are going to name something after Link, so if we want. Is One Piece a video game? I don't know. I would also like to know what games they are from because I don't know anything about most games. um, my video game knowledge from Animal Crossing. Okay, that would make sense. That would make sense. We are free. They have games. Okay, what does everybody want? Well, we'll put these two up. What would you like? Would you like Blaffers or Birdlow? Let's see, what would people like before we confirm? Blaffers is better. Okay, we'll go with this. We'll go with this. We'll get the picture. So that one. Did anybody want Hoot Hoot? I should check that, shouldn't I? Get all the photos. Mind you, I'm going to put it in as a clip. Right, let's get out of the grass. Let's get out of the grass. No, I need one more picture. One more picture. So I can show the basics of my pictures. We have 0 badges. I didn't update my trainer card. That was silly, wasn't it? I forgot I could do that. We'll do that on the way to Route 2. Shall we put this on the team so we don't have to come through here every time? You know what? I don't really need Reboot. You can go in the breeding segment. Good morning, Mrs. Astro. Just in time. You just missed what we got. You have just missed. The first shiny on my end. We just got a shiny Hoot Hoot. Of all of the things to get, it's this. So we're not behind anymore. I was not expecting that one. I kind of did, to be honest. So it's one of Mr. Astro's favourites as well. Right, I'm gonna just have to put this in so I can swap my track around in the break. Should I call this a phase? So I can just come back to this one. We'll just call it a phase. We'll call it a phase. Oh no, I've just realised. I've been cursed by Oreo, haven't I? The birds have followed me. They have continued to get us. Right, luxury ball. We will put it as a clip because it's easier. Now here's where I find out I've done something incredibly wrong and this doesn't work. So we'll pause that and we will resume this and make that and start this. Right. Let's see if I did mess this up. Wait, has that changed? That has not changed. Why has that not changed? Do I need to refresh it? So the one thing I did is I actually set all this up behind the scenes to go straight into the next route. There we go. There we go. But how are you doing today, Mrs. Astro? I need to go and change my trainer card as well. So 4 is now the number. It is up to you now. I'm sure you'll get the Gossiflor. I am sure you will. But it's this guy that changes it, right? No? How do I change my trainer card? Is there not a way to do it? With the PC. Okay, with the PC. As you may have seen, I did change my outfit a bit. Because why not? Pretty much. Anything interesting in here? Not really. Not really. How don't you know? Because I never really did it in the past, to be honest. That's probably the main reason. Right. Effects. That good? Not really. What about that? Which one fits me? We'll go with that one. And a frame. Do we go with the Naomi one? Because we are a film person, right? We should go with the film one. Right? Nope, that's a zoom button. That's a zoom button. We will learn the buttons. That's what I don't. Clear coding. Right, print it. So at least when I take the photos, they're a bit better. Right. I don't want to keep the Hoot Hoot on my team, do I? Because if it evolves, it's not much help. We'll put that in box here, so everyone can come and have a look at it when they say, what have you got shiny? And on to Route 2. I've got to figure out which is the best patch of grass for Route 2, haven't I, really? What have you got shiny? Hoot Hoot. This. We literally just got it. We got this. Not Scraggy, sadly. Not Scraggy. We literally just got this. I thought you were there when we got it. Actually, I better save, just in case I switched autosave off as well. Right. Let's go. Right. Yampa's running at me. I don't really want that. I'm mostly looking for the wild one. That's the water or Shifu. I picked the water one. Did you claim the shiny? Did I claim the shiny what? I feel like this bit at the end might be the best bit. Right, we're just going to get rid of the rooketies. And then we start again. I've actually changed this, so this should trigger on encounter. Yes, not Ivysaur. See, this is why I plan before we start. I just want to get rid of Rookety again. I'm actually quite happy it was the Hoot Hoot, to be honest. I don't know if it works for the Switch 2 challenge. I don't know if we've got Hoot Hoot yet. We probably have. But it was worth it. 6 days on the... and we finally got a shiny. 6 whole days. So I feel like we did get some shiny luck brought to us as well. But I changed the outfit. Time to take 6 more. Probably. Probably. But the other one was just over odds. So maybe. But Miss Asher's good. A little bit tired. Had up to 1,000 encounters. At least the bees have turned up. Right? At least the bees have turned up. That's the big thing. Wait, I've not seen a PCG spawn yet, have you? I swear I haven't seen a PCG spawn. Did I miss it during the shiny? Oh, Poke Daily is down. Okay, that would explain. Like, is that the whole PCG down? Or just the daily thing? I thought I wasn't going crazy. I definitely had seen it. Okay, that's not a problem then. But you can follow along with Rick, who has been preparing for some TCG live competition. So if you want to see how he has worked his deck together on the app game, he also does do Sableye only runs and a few other adventures in things like Ranger and some shiny hunting too. They are connected, so probably the whole thing. Fair enough. And welcome in. Good to see you again, Xanax. How are you doing? It has been a while. I've seen you've been still going for it in the Shiny League as well. I think you're like battling for first, aren't you, this season? So Purloin and Seedot, I think, is what I want here. I think it's Seedot in Sword. They're the main two targets. I don't want to keep running into the Rookies, but I need something a bit nicer to spawn here. Just letting the other people set the pace. Because more rules to be added into. There will be more, will there? Okay. I haven't really seen too much discussion about rules, to be honest. I think everyone's been a bit slower, I think, this season. Is that? No, that's a normal C-dot. When you finishing RDR2? I don't know. Red Dead Redemption 2? Probably never. Hello, artist. How are we doing today? I reckon Kobe is going to be the first of the month spawn. I saw the day before, started never again. I've never streamed Red Dead Redemption, and probably never would. And 18 badges for Jay. There hasn't been, but if I set the pace, it will... Oh, I get that. I get that. I've been really lazy this month. Wait, what's the bar on the screen? Or the text? Wait, what is that bar on the screen? What is that bar? Where did that come from? Did I leave something on here? Let's get this encounter and refresh this a minute. What is that bar? That is the question. Okay, whatever it is, it's gone. I don't know what it was. I think it had something to do with the tracker. But thank you for pointing it out. There was something I wasn't sure about this week. Evolved the single nin card and tried. I think there's always the question. I felt like I probably should have asked that before. Radar goes, but I think the clear wording is you're only allowed to enter one. I think that is the word they say, one Pokemon per chain. So that probably answers most of the question. Thank you, Brie. We're free of Route 1. The recent one, it's been so long. Like, I've gone so far back on Red Dead Redemption 2. I played that on the PlayStation 4, and I sold my PlayStation 4 about this time last year to get a little bit money towards the Switch 2. And I hadn't played it on the PlayStation 4 in about 3 years because I didn't really like it. Yeah, I don't know what caused that. I liked Red Dead Redemption 1. I liked Red Dead New Nightmare. I liked Red Dead Revolver. But I hated Red Dead Redemption 2. Now you have to play it on the MacBook. I'm just not going to ever play it again because I don't like it. I thought it was a really boring game. Pretty much. I get a bit tired of the go fetch me quests in these games. Right, we'll have to get this. but how is Bree today? You can also follow along with Zake, who is doing his own community Professor Oak's challenge in Legends ZA, which we have got a Cleffer and a Clefairy for. In part 2, near the end, the Eevees are causing nightmares, but there's always a shiny hunting project there, and also part of the team that host a bingo event. So follow along for a little bit more information about it. And Bree has hit 122 badges. Very nice. And Milky has hit 5. Nice. Welcome in. How are you doing? You're like this. I think Oreo has passed on his curse to me. Because my first shiny of this challenge is a Hoot Hoot. The birds are haunting all of us. Everybody is getting haunted by the birds. So I've got to now decide how to set up the tracker for the wild area. Or do I do route 1, 2, 3, 4 and the Galar Mine? And then touch on the wild area because of the weathers. Have I got to set up a sandstorm one, a snowstorm one? And I can just rotate between it. I can't get to the Scraggy Cave. Elite. Not yet. Scraggy's a bit of a pain at this stage of the game. And there is a Mr. Astro too. Welcome in, Mr. Astro. How are we doing today? Well, get there. We still need to catch about a number 325 shinies before we get there. And 119 on the badges. Very nice. Did you get to experiment a bit more last night? I know you said you were having a little note around a few things. And of course, you'll get banned. Scraggy is like only in sword, only turns up in one weather, only has like 1 or 2 spawns. It could be in the pot bottom desert, but the problem with the pot bottom desert is it could be level 19 to 24, and if it's level 19 to 24, we can't catch it. If it's over level 20, is that, what weather's that? Is that fog? Right. Shall we go and see if Scraggy's there? Not yet, not yet. But yeah, that's pretty much what's been happening. But we're just happy to get one off the board, really. It's felt like forever. You can also follow along with Suki, who has also been doing a lot of shiny hunting across some ZA, a little bit of Fire Red Leaf Green, as well as a lot of Pocopia. So if you want to go and relax, have a chat, and see what she is up to, feel free to head over there. You didn't do much more, but I'm thinking of stripping it all back to the bare minimum settings, really tune in. I just try to take things out, see what happens, and start again at best. Well, as we sort of said, I guess, like, do you use anything to put your overlay in, or do you, like, stream elements or something, or do you put your overlay in through your Streamlabs? Or other software, shall we say? I use it straight into Streamlabs. Okay. And that's just a picture though, isn't it? Technically. You know the relief that I don't have to hunt Scrafty again, because you have Shield. The freedom of the green pants has finally the mix of pitch and video assets. So as like others were suggesting, if try just taking, I don't know, as you sort of said, there's not really a way to test it. You are free of the Scrafty Joe. We're not allowing breeding for this, Elite. That's what makes it more challenging. Like, the only thing we have to breed are the things that are exclusive to breeding. That's the main reason why it's the added challenge. But I can only use my experience with any help is I literally just don't have anything else. I have the absolute minimum thing open. I'm going to try and have to hatch to cache with Streamlabs so it pulls from the servers rather than locally. Try to pull locally and it seems to be a big difference. Also, so I use Stream Elements for everything and just put the browser in. Because they're not shiny huntable in this game. You have to breed them. That's pretty much it. And I'm using locations that you should be allowed to go in, not that you could go to. Over many years, and there's probably a lot of stuff. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I know you don't want to be using like the OBS, but is there an option to set them both up next to each other so all the settings are exactly the same? And then you can try that bandwidth test on OBS. And I'm not saying convert across. I'm just saying so you can try your online stuff and be able to move it back across, if that makes sense. So you can see the two settings, then you get a bit of a test of like your bit rates and everything. Like the thing is, you can go to some people and they'll say OBS is better, the next person will say Streamlabs is better. There's not really a right answer at the moment. Everyone has different experiences of good and bad with both. That's the thing. And then maybe, like, in a day, like, just do, let's just get the Switch to work, or let's just get one 3DS to work, or something like that, and then see what it's like if you add a second, instead of committing to, like, the 3 or 4 instances at once. You are on the chromatic grind. Is that for your suite? Right. I basically picked up all of the items that I found on my Diglett hunt and sold them all so I could get some different clothes. The love and moonballs. Okay. That makes sense. I think we sort of said my plan is I'm going to do the trees every start of stream, and then I'm going to basically do the chromatic once a week. That's probably my best plan for it. I think that works a bit smoother. But you can follow along with a Mr. Astro, who is on the GBA Diaries, which includes a fun little Nuzlocke in Fire Red Leaf Green, a little bit of starter hunts in for the Mudkip, some Reggies, a bit of a Professor Oak's challenge, non-shiny at least, but also some champions, some BDSP, and other gaming shenanigans. So I'm thinking if I don't get Eva soon, I will pivot to another ball that I can get. What is the ball you get in Turfield again? I forgot. I haven't gone that far, and friend, okay. So maybe if I get the friend ball, I could go and catch Scraggy in the friend ball. Especially for Elite. Maybe. Maybe. If we feel nice. Would it fit Scrafty's green pants? It would, it would. We'll have to ask Brie if she got it in a friend bowl. After becoming the sworn enemy, I think, after all of that hunting. But I'm just relieved that we finally got one. I feel like we deserve one a bit under odds this time, right? Right? We don't need... I'm worried that there's a lot of Rookedy here, and I know a lot of people wanted Rookedy. But I can't help that. I cannot. We just have to go with what appears for us. Oh, don't imagine I got another Hoot Hoot. You're ready for you to get to Route 3 and find a flower before me. I'm going to focus on random encounters, if that helps. I'm pretty sure it's not in a random encounter. And when I get to Route 3, I'm going to probably put Flareon at the top. So I'll be trying to do a bit of Sizzlipede. That is my main plan. You caught the Ultra Crafty in an Ultra Ball and ran and never looked back. And released it. I mentioned I nearly bought another one of those 50 packs of random cards, and there was one with a Golduck on the front. I thought that would have been a very fitting one to get. It would have been a very fitting one. And you can follow Brie Spills Tea, who is going back to the lab again to get that Bulbasaur at some point. Hopefully sooner rather than later, so she can touch some grass, but also does a little bit of hunting in other games like ZA, and maybe BDSP for Maida might become the MVP, you never know. We'll see. But there is also some Mario Karts, Luigi's Mansion, Phasmo, Peak, Metroid, a tiny bit of confusion. You never know. But no tea will be spilt on stream. When we were doing one of the 50 packs, I opened one and we got like about 8 Rapidash, 8 Gaboids, and it was just like, oh, I thought these were meant to be like 50-ish different cards. Like, I don't mind if it's a couple of dupes, but it was like 50 there. There was about 15 trainer cards, and I'm a bit skeptical about getting any more now. I've still got a load, well, got about 4 or 5 packs that we can do in the future as well, so there's no need to worry until we finish them. But it's just like every other pack that I've bought has generally had 50 different cards and maybe like 5 trainer cards. I accept that. Like, I'm not going in there to get pulls, I'm going in there to get shiny hunt targets. But when you get at least half of it is either 3 or 4 of the same and just trainer cards, it's a bit like, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I trust this vendor anymore. So that's the main thing. Actually, if I want to go for Seedot, I should go and get the Harvest Pokemon, shouldn't I? Because that should attract more Seedots. But I don't have a Harvest Pokemon. Do I? Do I accidentally have a Harvest Pokemon? Do you have Harvest? No, you have Frisk. Great. Nearly accidentally had one. No. Do you have Harvest? You do. I have a Harvest Pokemon. Okay. Let's try this out. We'll put it there because it's triggering by encounter. Keeps pushing, pausing stream on me. It's fast on me thing. Yeah, I've had that recently with Twitch. It's been a bit weird. Like I was trying to look at my subs this morning and it wasn't working properly, which was a bit weird. So I think it's just having one. It's a bit like how Discord broke yesterday. Okay, this harvest has attract bugs. Is that how harvest works? I've had it when I've tried having it on mobile as well. When I used to actually do the tracker on my mobile. In Great Pins. So since I've put this on, I've had 3 blip bugs. This is how it works. Has Harvest broke? Actually, Harvest isn't at the top of the party, is it? It's the Illuminate. I've got to put you at the top. If I want the Harvest to work. What a bot. What a bot, right? Who said that I knew what I was doing? Who said that? If you want this, you've got to go and do the Diglets, basically. Which is a pain, but it is doable. I will say the guide I watched was really tilting, because there was a lot of run to this spot, then run to that part of the map, then come back to where you just were. Instead of doing them in like a circle order, he was all over the place. And it was driving me slightly insane. See, Purloin wouldn't be terrible to get, would it? Purloin or C dot, that would be very good for this. And then it stops me getting too many Rooketies, which we're trying to avoid, because a lot of people want some Rooketies and stuff. Oh, we have hit some ad lands, so we'll just put a pause on. Let's go and have a look at our shiny friend. So yeah, it's just a good start. It's got insomnia, so good job I didn't try and put it to sleep. It is serious, of course. And doesn't have any ribbons yet. But it's nice to get one. Even if it is a flying type. How is it that we got a flying type? I should have seen whether I need this, actually, but we'll worry about that later. It's just very funny. It is very funny. We managed to do, what, 75 encounters? Hello, Briggy. How are we doing? Number 11 on the badges. Very nice. We were just showing off our shiny. What we finally got. After all of the time we spent here. Too much shinies. So we said we sort of went and did a little bit of stuff, and you'll get the XP charm, which will help when we get to evolving. I got a load of TRs, which don't really help, and I got false swipe. Just because. We've got quite a lot of the apricorns, haven't we? We've got a load of the white ones. How did we get so many? I did do some of the stuff on the other end. And we only got these. None of them were overly special, I would say, when we did the Cramomatic. But I'm just happy to be off the mark. So we go for hoping to get the C dot, or at least something in the C dot line. That is the plan for today. So hopefully it goes smoothly and we get an easy win. Let's be honest, it would be nice. But how is everybody doing? Are we all up to much this weekend? That is the question. We did see some Mortal Kombat yesterday. And for some reason I watched the Greenland 2 movie as well. Greenland Migration. Because what do disaster movies need more than anything else? A sequel! That's what they need. Hello, or welcome in, Zed. How are things? Welcome to our Shiny Professor Voices challenge. How was Mortal Kombat? It was fun. I was a bit more confused because I kind of forgot what the first one was about, if I'm honest. You're doing good? That is good to hear. I am doing good, thank you. So it probably is more better if you're a fan of the game, I would say, from the outside looking in. Some of the fight sequences feel like they probably have been ripped out. Like scenery has been ripped out of the game rather than the generic that we had in the first one. You have, I think today will be a just you're on call, but then later some more games with your friends. Okay. Okay, so no Bulbasaur hunting today. I think it did introduce a couple more of the characters, though, from the games. Obviously, the most notable is your Johnny Cage. But I got confused because I thought the first one was for the realm or something. And it was like, what? Why is this? It's like, it made me think like every X amount of years they do a battle for the realm. You do want... I don't want to chant streaming and get some calls. Okay. I think that... I know that from like how certain things got changed in the UK, that technically if you're not at work, they're not allowed to call you anymore. That's some sort of law they want to bring in. They can only talk to you about work when you're physically at work or under working hours if you're at home or working from home. So you never have to sit there going, yeah, I think I might get a call. Because the thing is, it ruins your day off if you're on call because you're always on edge that you might get that call. I think I remember the first one ending with it leading to the actual tournament. If that's the case, then it's even more confusing. I would say. But I can't remember, because it was more about them learning what their abilities / powers were, wasn't it, the first one? And this one is more established, like, everyone like is there, they've got their powers, and then there's a Johnny Cage. And a few of the other people from the first one, and stuff like that. They gave away quite a lot in the trailers, who's in and not in. And the posters. So 2 or 3 months because some intense things happening pretty much all of June. And I'd be in person instead of remote. Okay. Bree is single-handedly arranging the World Cup. So if it goes wrong, we're going to blame Bree. Shall we just make the myth that Bree is actually running VAR? But thank you for the follow. Welcome in to our challenges. We do lots of shiny hunting with a lot of different things. So we like to encourage chat to help pick things. But you just checked out the profile, and I like you all about. I'm truly enjoying playing Pokemon. I've been playing since the child in the late 90s. Will follow and look forward to seeing more channel. Thank you, thank you. We try to let chat get a chance to pick our ones. So we all do different hunts, and they can pick the shiny hunt, which is the scroll along the bottom. You earn that by collecting the daily gym badges and a few other things here and there. But anyone in the UK knows that things went slightly a bit weird yesterday. Shall we say? And yeah, might have to be looking for a new country to live in soon. Shall we leave it at that? Good morning, Shuck. How are we doing? We are en route 2 at last. It was strange. Strange / bad, yes. I just googled. Uh-oh. What has Brie been googling? So anti-people moving countries that they're all going to be kicked out. So anti-people moving countries that we're all going to get kicked out. It's more that you just don't want to be around those. So you're actually a perfect example of this, Mrs. Astro. Some of their policies want to get rid of equality. So they don't want to make sure that women get paid the same as men. They would have taken away. They want to take away like the rights you had when you had baby Astro. So they want to take a lot of these things away, which doesn't get put in the spotlight enough. They basically want to rip out all of the equality rights. Lower rent, Europe, barely any taxes, and on the self-employed. On a national leave. Trent, fine with that. If households can survive on one income. Fair enough. And they won't. That's the thing. They want to get rid of the NHS. They want to do a lot of bad things. So it's concerning that they managed to get the footing. The thing is, they're very good. It's the same thing happened like 10 years ago. They promised a lot of things that were unrealistic, and the sheep saw it and went, that's good, we want that to happen. And then when you had a just over 50-50 split, it went through and it shouldn't have gone through. Hope anymore, because one income is enough. If you ever go south, for me here in Germany, you'll go south to Portugal. I definitely saw. So everyone's going to just move to Portugal. I'd love to be a stay-at-home mum, but playing with baby Astro all day. Yeah, that's the thing. It's become very difficult. But yeah, we are in a dangerous situation. Obviously, they only are in charge of 8 of the councils, which isn't that many. Like, they're not really, like, they've sort of, like, the theorists who don't want it also say that if there was a general election tomorrow, he probably would win, which is kind of scary. Don't worry, Brie. We've seen it happen somewhere else. We should learn not to copy other countries. But the thing is, when you're a party that wants to do something different, it's easy to say, like, we've mentioned it before, that the reality is immigration is too high, but you need to have some form of human soul to it. That you can't just kick them on a boat and make them live on the sea. UK, the original? Probably. But not to this extreme level. Well, yeah, everyone is. Like, the number that come in is too high, but we are doing the most humane outcome to it all. It's just there's 1 or 2 bad eggs that come over. And because you get 1 or 2 bad eggs, everybody is bad. But those same crimes that they're committing are also being done by British, well, usually white British nationals, and they're the same people that want them out. So it's what it gets it very difficult. But because people see one and they escalate a story to be the worst thing in human history, seemingly, well, then do as the French, stop the whole country to protest. I don't think, the thing is, we're not in that sort of level of it. Send the meteors. and done with it all. Probably. But the English are good at complaining, which I thought we would have been good at it. But as I was saying, like, if a party is like, we will look to do it this way, and it's a very boring paperwork concept, it doesn't appeal to the sheep that just want to see something flashy and happen quickly. Um, and when you turn around and do something very, very big and flashy, it just easy is like, oh, that'll do, that'll get rid of the problem. When the realistic problem is we've embraced too much computers in everyday life, and that's what's risen unemployment, which has caused other things. We've created the other side of it is the UK is considered quite a luxury country. I think. And if you were on the outside looking in and you thought there was a way to get there, you would step forward and think, let's get there. It would be a better life for my family. Or even if you could get there, get a form of a job that you can send back to a poorer country to keep your family. Luxury country as in there is more, like, you, especially a lot of them are coming from war-torn countries or countries where there are things holding people back, and other things like that. Like, there's more resources, I think, is the way to look at it as a luxury country. On one hand, one party sucks. The other hand, the other party sucks. Yeah, pretty much. And we have too many rich people in Parliament. You need someone who has done the basics. I'm used to British man flat on the streets. On 4 in the afternoon. Yeah, it's usually the British men that are the ones passed out. And that's the thing. These same people that are doing that are the ones that are like, we don't want troublemakers. When I say luxury country, I mean there are technically enough houses, heating, electricity, water supplies. There are more equality rights. The NHS is free healthcare, basically. That's a luxury a lot of countries don't offer. But they're the same, complaining they don't have jobs due to others. Yeah, pretty much. And the only ones, well, bare minimum is better than a lot of other countries have. If we're looking at the equality side of things, I have a friend who married a woman from Mauritius, and in the UK she gets more opportunities or equality on pay for the same job in the UK as what she would get in Mauritius. But if she did it in Mauritius, she wouldn't get the same pay as a man doing the same job. So that's a country, for example, where it's about the opportunities being the same. Neither one are going to work for the best interests of the people. The only one out the pockets, yeah, none of them are going to work. But it should be bare minimum. It's not. Well, I think in a way, in this current world with certain things happening around the world, bare minimum is considered a bit of a luxury, considering what a lot of countries go through. That's the main thing. You'd arcade anyone who says my skills and times weren't equal to a man. So where is Mr. Discount? I would head to Ipswich. That's where I last saw him. And we got a dancing toe-to-toe. Hope everything is well. It is, Ben. We were just talking about the chaos that happened yesterday. I nearly went and did full-blown RKOing yesterday. And here, viewing that the council from our ward hasn't got Scooby-Doo as what they're doing, when the policies was improve the air and decrease pollution, then bragged about stopping cycling lanes being built. And that's like that, in a nutshell, what you've described is a perfect problem. We want to decrease pollution, but the people who have cars are like, well, how am I going to get anywhere? And it's like, well, you can pay to get in, to the city, etc., like London. It's like, well, I'm not going to pay. Or if you've bought a house there, then why should you pay? And so on. It is like an endless loop that you're not ready. Are you ready? I'll find out tomorrow how I feel. We cannot accept that. That's how the state. Yes, yes. I get it. I get it, Briggy. The UK accounts for such a small amount of the global carbon emission. Yeah. I need an RKO amount. Well, Taylor RKOing someone. No, it was all of these stupid people in the cinema who kept looking at their phones every 5 minutes. It's a wrestling term, Briggy. It's sort of Google it and you'll see. It sort of became a bit of a meme, but basically it just means pretty much not punching someone, but actually sort of punching someone who annoys you. It's basically a wrestler's finishing move. Golduck on Taylor, probably. There are points on both sides to consider, but it tends to be either side just want extreme to ends of the spectrum. That is pretty much what I was trying to say. It's just half man hugging, pretty much. It's one of these that just got very funny. And there is an auto fan with 57. Breeform have no points. The problem is they do. That's the scary thing. They do. And their promises are the things that sheep follow a bit too easily. It's those same sheep that voted for Brexit. That's just, it doesn't look like it's working today, Autofan. I think I got mentioned. Yeah, those same sheep voted for Brexit, Mrs. Astro. They got promised all of this extra money from not being in the EU to pay for the NHS. But where did that money go? Where did it go? I had a very simple term for Brexit. I said Brexit could only be decided if there was a 65% winning margin on either side, and then it's the end of the conversation. Yes, if I would have been annoyed if I was on the losing side, but which I was. I'll point that out. But if it's 52 to 48, that's not a majority. I'm sorry. That is not a majority decision. Yeah, it was pretty much a 50-50 split. It was what, 48 point something to 51 point something. That's not a good enough split to do a decision that will change generations of lives. Because then they cried that their kids can't travel around Europe to get an education. And stuff like that. But the promises were much easier. They acted out the fake Brexit vote and had to cancel it because it was like nice to leave because they didn't care what we made to do. Oh, it was a lot easier to promote Brexit to defend it, I think is the term. And now that it's happened, we've had, what, 4 prime ministers have to deal with actually doing it. And the only one that did something basically bent over backwards and let everything go, shall we say. Instead of the ones that were trying to negotiate a proper good deal. Just to say that they did it. It's hard to market let's stay the same or versus you would like, yeah, or like the promise of all this extra money. That's the thing I think people thought was the thing. They promised so much unobtainable stuff. I saw somebody refer to it as, if you go and ever watch The Simpsons, if you ever see Trash of the Titans, when Homer runs for council to have better trash men. The garbage man says. The garbage man can, because he's Homer Simpson man. And then he blows the budget in a month. because of what he promised. That's pretty much what it was. You can spill all these promises, like I could run for a council member and say, right, I'm going to guarantee everybody's going to get £20 an hour for minimum wage jobs. There'll be more doctors than ever. Doctors will actually work at weekends. You can get healthcare when you want it. There'll be no more strikes. There'll be all of this. You'll be able to free move around Europe if I win. And it's going to appeal to people, isn't it? Like, I've got no proof of I could ever make it happen. But I can say it, and people will go, oh, I want that. I'm going to pick that person. So that's kind of what it is. Now, I'm not going to sit here and defend any of the parties. Like, they're all just as bad as each other. I don't quite get why they've all got knighthoods yet. That confuses me more. But that's where you sort of go around this like infinite loop of it could go anyway. Who to vote for in politics for such a long time. For example, one side tends to downplay the problems the immigration bring when it comes, for example, treatment of women, and others vilify everyone. They put everything on the huge power number wise. All bad. Everybody's just trying to score points. Yeah, that's what it is. It is a point system. And like the complete counter to it is, oh, we have a drinky poo. Who has a drinky poo? Auto fan, thank you for the biddies. Enjoy your latte. They're all as bad. I can assure you this. Everything will be worse. It will be worse. Yes, that's why we sort of mentioned that. And the scariest thing about that party is it's pretty much all of the Conservatives. Joining that party after they got beaten last time. They're all jumping ship. So it's basically the back door to get the Conservatives back. Both sides want. I kind of think that is needed. That's the problem. Not to stop you doing stuff, to stop. It goes back to what they actually do in the Avengers. Do we want to be the Avengers or the Preventers or whatever it's called? That quote between Tony Stark and Captain America, which caused their deflection, and that creates a prevention of certain things that happen. Like, we look at some of the horrible things that have happened, and if they did have a bit more right to survey people, the incident in Southport probably would not have happened. Yeah. You look forward to catching more streams, spending more time here. It's 5 a.m. We'll have a good sleep. We would like to see you in more of the streams. Hopefully you will enjoy it. And, yes, have a good rest. We got to stop celebrating those small wins and call it the bare minimum. That's them working for it. Pretty much. The dark timeline, yeah. The thing is, if you're not doing anything wrong on the internet, then you've got nothing to worry about. It's the same with all crimes. Because we don't already have a large history of these checking companies yeah, that's the problem. But then we sort of mentioned this. That's not the company for keeping the data. That's the hackers that need to be addressed. We need to stop people hacking and stealing information. You've been using the term second world country as a joke, but lately it's become the truth. In a way, yes. Yeah, I think I learned what first world and third world meant the other day, a couple of years ago. And third world basically meant that they weren't part of, like, NATO or something, or the EU or something. They're not in like a group of countries. It's not necessarily about the size of the country. That's the same as people saying I have nothing to hide at privacy breaking stuff. Yeah, it's very, very difficult because a lot of it is designed to protect, but it lays down this horrible path of you're trying to take everything that I keep It was the Cold War. First world was capitalist, second world was communist, and third world was neither. Yeah, I knew it had something to do with that. And everyone's just continued using it now, haven't they? Well, you don't have to put things in public, but it's sort of, it's more when you look at certain things that happen because people go on some of the more questionable sites to get stuff to use against people. That should be stopped. But that people just want to build backdoors to get stuff and so on and so forth. It's very, very difficult because nobody, well, we've mentioned it before, the biggest problem with the internet is nobody knew how to protect and police it when they first introduced it. It was just like, here's everything, do what you want with it. And now they're seeing consequences of it. They're like, actually, we probably should have done something a bit better at the beginning, and you can't backtrack on the creation because it's already there and everyone has their hands in it. So that's where it's sort of become quite difficult. It's sort of like you could say the same about just on-street surveillance. People are like, well, I don't want the people being able to see me on camera. It's like, why? You're walking down the street. What are you doing wrong? Exactly, Mrs. Astro. Exactly. But we're also having the neutral look at it. We're not saying everything is the best or the worst. After. It's after in the Netherlands. And now they want to operate systems to ID people or on startup. I think most people, well, a lot of people say that. We'll say I can't say most anymore after like yesterday. They want the operating systems to ID people. Again, it's to do with, a part of it is also to make sure it's you that's accessing stuff. Like, we've seen, like, passwords are not that good at protecting. The issue was they couldn't do anything because the internet is not owned by one entity. It is a large people getting annoyed of government trying to control something that was not theirs to control, but ultimately it only took a small group of people to ruin it for everyone and gives power to change. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. Like, you can deep dive into other laws in other countries as well that are also problematic, shall we say, that people read as Bible, which doesn't help. So with all of them adding up, creating this like whirlwind of chaos, we're in this situation that we're in, and it's not a nice environment. Let's put it that way. I think luckily is the key word here. We have what, 3 years before the next general election, isn't it? I believe it is. So it gives a party with half a brain cell to put together something that will get rid of the brainless ones. um, shall we say? But like, as we sort of say, you look at some of the crimes that are happening, and instead of it being the person that did it was wrong, it's like, well, they knew that person was unstable. Why did they let them out? Sort of attitude. And it's sort of like you're trying to deter blame like to the person before to stop it, but it's like, well, if you stop someone, they could be perfectly normal. Like, there's like this endless loop of just pure and utter chaos with this. So everything is such a difficult thing. It's just like, the reality is, why don't people stop hurting each other? It's not that difficult, except when they get in our way at the cinema. Then they deserve to be RKO'd because they get their phones out, and that should be a prison sentence. There, controversial. If you can't not look at your phone for an hour and a half, don't go to the cinema. Watch it at home. Don't make your stupid big flashy light fill up the whole auditorium. That's my feelings. And if I end up grabbing your phone and throwing it on the floor, don't blame me. It was an accident. I blame GTA for making me violent. Yeah, it's very selfish if people are doing that in the cinema. So, yeah, that was me. Looking at these two going, do we RKO that one or that one? Or both? At least step out. Yeah, that's the thing. Go outside, but not just sit there scroll. I will have no issue if you do it for all the trailers, all of the crappy advert that nobody watches, all of that shenanigans, no problem. But as soon as it goes, we're starting. Switch it off, put it away, and enjoy. I will accept the occasional look at the time, because it's like, flick, put it down, whatever. But it's when you're full-blown scrolling that just annoys me. It's like, you shouldn't be doing it. Get out. Hello, Shells. 63 badges for Shells. Welcome, welcome. Did you get your DA? Did you get your Giratina? Should we say? I've talked about when I went to see Nosferatu. And it was a packed cinema, the first screening of that movie, and I had these two dopey bimbos sat next to me, basically doom scrolling TikTok for the whole movie. And I was just like, I couldn't get any more seats. I always pick the corner, so I always have one side without some weirdo next to me. Says the person that goes on their own to the cinema. But I like just having like a wall next to me. And I think they were all the seats that were left. And they were just doom scrolling, and they didn't care that they were doom scrolling. But if I had said anything, they were like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? You didn't get a shiny, but then you joined Nightbird Jack's DA last night and got a Full Odds shiny Alola Marowak. Very nice. But the one in 300-ish, isn't it? You can also follow along with Shields, who is doing shiny hunting across every Pokemon game on the Switch, whether it be lab resetting, DAs, sandwich making, donut making, running around fields, or in Let's Go, where they are trying to get a living dex in Let's Go by the end of the year. So if you want to take part, look what is missing and see if you can contribute. We have to get a Alola Marowak at 1 in 4,000. Welcome in, Trev. How are we doing? 14 on the gym badges. Yeah, we have to do the trade. So it's 1 in 4,096 on a soft reset trade for Marowak. I'm not looking forward to that one in any shape or form. We have the flowers. And we have got ourselves a shiny at last. So that was good. It was nice. Finally get one. We got the shiny Hoot Hoot. Of all things to get. So I'm trying to see if we can get the C dot most at the moment. Hence why the number is a lot lower down. Got a shiny right after you completed the dex. Didn't get the shiny charm yet. Okay, so you've been working on the dex. So now you kind of see why I always make the suggestion to have a living dex, because it's so much easier to get the shiny charm quick, right? It's like the thing I always push for. If you just want shiny charm for DAs, have a living dex, transfer in and out, speed run the game. You'll get it very quickly. So does that mean all of your DAs have been the 1 in 300s recently? Is that what you're saying? Time for swimming. Enjoy. We'll see you after. Enjoy the swim. You just transfer stuff from Shield on home and then put it in the... Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much... I know it's annoying with a couple of the regionals. Tramper, Turtonator as well. They are not fun to shiny hunt. Turtonator might be easy. You have 2 DAs. I mean, top left is Shiny Charm, top right is Bullets. Okay. So are they now both going to be Shiny Charm? Or are they going to be a bit of both? You're going to keep it one of each. The main reason I'm going for the C dot is it's a bit more difficult because I'm getting a lot more on the full odds. Fair enough. We'll be back on the DAs tomorrow. Don't know what the target will be yet. We've just got to wait for the last... I think it's probably the last week of the Shiny League to see what the targets are. I'm sure other people in the league will have a good estimate of what the last 2 types will be. Because I can't remember what we've had and not had. I've completely forgotten. I said I've been a bit more quieter in it this month or this season. I get like 1 shiny a week. Because we've been doing a lot more harder hunts. But whatever, whatever. We work on it. But the C dot would be a nice addition. I think it would be nice just to get anything that is part of like a 3-stage line. If I'm being honest. Because at least then other people can get the rest if they want to. But I don't have anything set up for Route 3 yet. So I will need to deep dive into what to get on Route 3. Still can't believe I got the bird. I better get the Rookity on this route, won't I? I will get the Rookity, won't I? Done. So maybe, so yeah, do you reckon I should set up the wild area or Route 3 Galar Mine and Route 4 as my next couple of zones? Or the Isle of Armor, of course. There's just so many areas to go to. Galar Mine will be overwhelmed though, won't it? So it's not quite as bad. At least. Route 4, there's so much on Route 4. And then we have fishing. Maybe we go for the Pukumuku. Sure, we're going to enjoy the fishing. Definitely going to be on the priority list for me. 100% priority. Sure, nobody else wants to get the Pukumuku, right? But little by little, we'll get there. I think we'll go back to Monday, Tuesday, Thursday on this, but we are going to focus on the radar on Wednesday, so we can get some points in the booster event. You want to do a fishing at some point, but I don't know if we'd want one. Well, I think we'd just probably want everyone on it, because 1% encounter is just going to be an absolute nightmare. Anyone who wants to help on it can go for it. Like, I forgot what else spawns at the Pukumuku fishing spot, but everything in there will be needed, so it might be worth going there first for the fishing encounters. So if we do phase, at least it's going to be something we need. But then we don't want to put everybody on Pukumuku and then it'd be like some of the other stuff is still not being touched. It's just one of those. It's just going to be horrible. It was the scary one drawing it all up when I saw 1%. That's the thing. And I think Wishy Washy is going to be just as annoying, shall we say. So I do have to be. We have to think. But we also said there might be more people that come in and want to join in as we go. The more we do this, there might be people who have joined that don't want to get involved as much. Like, it was Magikarp, Barboach, and one other with Pukumuku. I can't remember. Okay, I don't think there are that many. It's probably Crawfish, maybe, or Choodle. I imagine. I don't think there was too many. I might as well do a bit of this. See if we can get this up to a good, comfortable 500 or 600 today. Maybe a bit more. I still can't believe we got one. To be honest, I literally cannot believe we actually got a shiny. I thought they had been banned from my game. I doubt it'll be needed for the Dex 2026 though. It's a bit... It's also quite funny that the 4 shinies we've got are not any past Gen 3. As well. Because we've had Psyduck, Hoothoot, Electrike, and Torkoal. No Gen 8s yet, which is, I think, what most people would want to get. The Gen 8s. They are the least common. And there's me going for another Gen 3 as well. Out of interest, have you looked at the Dittos yet? Not the Diglets. Or not bothered yet? Well, I know I only sort of did it because I was at that stage where let's just go and get them done. I was half going to do them on stream, but the guides are a bit messy. You picked up the ones while doing a trace, but haven't gone out your way for. Fair enough. There are so many that, like, for me, I wanted to do it the long way purely because doing it the long way meant that I would spend more time focusing on getting them all rather than being, oh, where's the one I'm looking for and having to watch the guide and get them all one at a time. That makes sense. Because that would drive me... I've done that mistake in my head before. It's like, which one do I need? Where is it? I've got that one. I know I've got that one. And then being right, actually it was that one I needed. The same with like the swords in for the bead stuff and the wisps. Done that so many times. Like the screws are just as bad in ZA. But at the end of the day, the reward for getting all the screws is not that interesting. I'll be honest. It could have been a lot more funky. I will point out I'm not completing any of these trackers. So they're just going to have like all the phases because like, the reality is, as we said, some people might just not touch this area and there could be quite a lot we've got to go for, so I might just come back here. Same for Route 1. We might need something there still. So we'll use it as that sort of thing. But I never really figured out what that bar that appeared was. Maybe I accidentally left... But we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm sure we'll start racking up the shinies soon. There'll be a day where like 4 of us will get the shinies, and then we'll be like, yeah, let's get this. We might see a shiny Marill. We might. But I think if I was to just do one per route, and then I can always backtrack around the map any stage. I am still kind of scared when it comes to the Abra. I may get some quick balls for it. Not fully sure what's the most sensible idea for that one. But we'll get there. We will. We always will. I think I'm going to go quite... I feel like I should go quite hard on Madar, because there's quite a lot of stuff on the Scroll of Destiny that is very obtainable through Madar. So they should be my primary targets. So I guess like these random encounters are probably the least interesting, but then I guess Sea Dot is not the smartest thing to go for because it's an overworld encounter, isn't it? Is it both or is it just the Nuzleaf that's overworld? I feel like both are. I guess we'll find out. Oh, and there is an Arsena with 20 badges. Welcome in, Arsena. And like you can pick a shiny for the scroll if you want to. Or a cheeky random number. It is completely up to you. And hopefully you are good. Just lurking. Claim the lurk and can do a random number. Okie dokie. And a 20 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Let's have a look at the random number. What do we get? What do we get? It is 598. Who would like to have a guess at 598? As we don't have PCG to help us today, as far as I know. We seem to be getting quite a lot in the middle, like a roll around. The middle of Unova. Okay. So, what should we throw out as a guess? Should we go with... You know what, we'll go Venipede. I'll go Venipede. You're going to go for Roggenrola? A fungus? Anyone else want to have a guess? Or not? I nearly set the quiz up in chaos mode today. So basically in chaos mode, or a Pharisee from Autofan means you put together it and you actually, it just ticks them off but doesn't show you what's missing. So it doesn't put them in dex order, you've just got to figure out what's missing. Which I think could be very fun. Does this actually work then? 5-9. Will this bit work? No. No, it won't. Oh, yes, it will. It is Ferrothorn. So close from Autofan. So close. Half a point there. Half a point. But GG. At least nobody guessed Scraggy, right? So that's one. I'm pretty sure I know what next week. What do you reckon it'll be? I keep forgetting. I've because I've blurred last season and this season together. I can't remember what we've had. Wog Trail was seen 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Uh oh. A part of me feels like I haven't seen like fighting. So I feel like fighting and normal could be a thing. But I don't know. But again, with that week in the middle for the showdown, week 1 had 3 types. Last week could have been poison fighting or normal. The only one dual type line. So you're thinking all 3. So the thing is, I can't see poison going with fighting and normal. Like, fighting and normal would make sense, because isn't it like everything is one guaranteed weakness? If that makes sense. So a bit of context for AutoFan is each week the shiny generally gives us 2, and every week this season it's called Dueling Spirits, so it's something that's strong against the other. So this week is currently Bug and Psychic. We've had Poison, was it? No, we didn't have, we had Poison Fairy Still or something, didn't we? And we had like Ground, Rock, Fire, I believe, one week, and Grass and Water another week, Electric and Flying. So it's sort of been those sort of things. I think we may have had Dark and Ghost as well. Good set of weaknesses. Yes. It's only like one side. But that's kind of been the concept theme for this season. So it's been fun. We got that Nincada was my one capture for that, and then I realised afterwards that it was timid, which was a bonus point. And I completely forgot to check the nature. I keep forgetting when we have nature weeks. It completely confuses me that we still have them. Just one week it is, the next week it isn't, so I don't look. Stuff will beware for fighting normal. Cerudal Graphii for normal poison. Poison fighting is Sneasel and Hisuian Sneasel. Okay. Now what I meant, I think misunderstood what I meant. I think poison isn't weak or strong against either fighting or normal, is it? That's why I don't think it will be poison. And of course the Croagro, Toxicroak. That's tended to be, that's why I thought normal is weak to the fighting. That's why I thought it might be just those two. But I might be completely wrong. If it does include fighting, then I may go on the full odds one to get the Pheromosa tomorrow. But again, we'll have to wait and see what we get. I don't want to do too much on the full odds one, because I don't want to actually get too much. A bit awkward. I don't want to do too many knockouts. And increase my odds of a brilliant aura, basically. I can't be entering something if I've knocked out 20 after asking people not to do brilliant aura. Even though we will know that it wasn't. All you need is somebody to watch and go, well, what, you're okay to do it, why can't I do it? That's the problem. I'm also trying to think of the best way to word and put out a bit of a PSA that no leaking will be mentioned in chats. And be quite strict with it going into the future. I think that's something I want to look into. After seeing some stuff on the intro webs yesterday, because Twitter is just like, you'll like this. It's like, no, I won't. No, I won't. Why are you showing me this? It's not what we agreed to. So that's kind of been my frustration at the moment. But it's difficult because we do a bit of theory crafting as well. So you can't really win. That's the problem. You can't win with whichever you pick. I've seen a few leaks that are hilarious bad. Yeah, yeah. That's the problem. You don't want someone to get people's a false impression. It's more the information people can come out with. Like, let's just keep this like completely faked as a story, but say it was Sword and Shield that had come out, and somebody was out there showing the full Pokedex that joined in the Isle of Armor. Just like that. We don't want to see that for the new games. If there is going to be, like, we know Wind and Waves is coming out. Let's be honest, we know this. It's not an if, but, or maybe. It's coming out. But if somebody steals the information about the full Pokedex and puts it online and somebody wants to share it, it's like, you're just going to get timed out. Attitude. Or, unless it's in the trailer that they have released, it will be, you're getting timed out. Attitude towards it. I feel like we might need to get a bit strict in the future. Well, we've never really had anyone cause any problems. I will point that out. But I just want it to be prepared in case something does happen. The last thing we want. I'm hoping the starters stay more animal-like. Yes. That would be nice for once. I guess the only one that really did it in Paldea was the Croc, right? The other two just become standing up things. Like, some of them have done it quite well, but some of them just don't really work. I think Grookey sort of works, because it is a monkey. Okay, we're in an Outland. We'll pause. We'll pause. We don't like to miss shinies, right? We like to get them all, so everyone can see them all. I still don't believe we actually got one at last. You only get an apricorn. I believe so, yes. I haven't tried touching the Crown Tundra because they're going to be too high a level in the trees. That's my main thing. I don't want to. I'm still trying to make sure that things are 100% shiny locked until you can officially catch them. Okay, well, thank you, Sean. There we go. We will unlock more trees once we get 6 badges, but that isn't much help for what you're after right now. That's the problem. Is there any items, like bad items, you can put together to get an apricorn out of the Cramomatic, like the other way around? Then it's just reselling the trees. Okay, yeah, pretty much. That's why I do my rotation once a day, and then I'm going to do the Cramomatic once a week, so we can do a lot in a row instead of just do like 3 or 4 each time. We'll just see what we get. That seems like the most sensible way to do it. We didn't get anything fancy. We are back from the Outlands just in time for a blip bug. Of course. No, but it's not too stressed. If you get it, you don't. I can do it. The other balls, yes. Yeah. The other side of it is, technically you wouldn't have been able to get them without the DLC at the beginning when it first came out. So it's nice that there are elements. I'm pretty sure you can't get more than the gifted ones in Scarlet and Violet, because I don't think you can well, I guess you probably could unlock. Can you go into Blueberry Academy by just finishing the Kitakami storyline? I guess that's the question. I should know. But that's me. I know you can't trigger it at the beginning because you need to make Carmine move over. Minimum. But I don't know if she'll only move over if you're champion. You don't need to finish it. I didn't think you could get into the room without that. You just need to do the first battle. But I thought you couldn't do that battle unless you finish Kitakami. Okay, I wasn't meant to do that. Because the flip side is you get a turn of Dynamax to get all the beast books. True, true. You have to, for this challenge, you would have to be very careful though with the Dynamax, because a battle in the Dynamax counts as an encounter battle or a battled on the Pokedex entry. So just be aware of that. I don't think there'll be too much that crosses over, but there will be a few that do. So just be aware of that. I don't know if you've seen what the plan and the rules are for this annex or not. It is a very ambitiously over-the-top challenge. Did get slightly carried away with it. But it was going to be like just a me thing. But a lot of interest helped convince me to open it as an event. That's true, but my targets are not in the Dynamax adventure. I could always boot up Shield Copy and... Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I imagine that most of the stuff in Dynamax Adventures are going to be late, but I'm also... There's an element of me that is tempted to say once we are able to catch everything, to try and full odds hunt all of the shinies, all of the legends in the DAs as well. Because there are some that are actually locked but behind post-game to get, which is crazy. And they're really simple things to get. So I think like Natu and Morlul are both locked behind post-game. Or post-champion, even. And maybe Muna and Mashana as well. Maybe not quite champion, but I don't think you can go in the Slumbering World until much, much later. So those are sort of a couple of things that are going to be late game. It's such a strange thing, because like fog doesn't appear till you're champion, which is why some turn up much later. And then, yeah, I think it's just that. There's probably more. It would involve a bit more research. But you know me. We aren't afraid to study up on what we're going for. We'll probably target the 300 encounters, then take a tiny little break. Because I have sort of deep dived to the part 3. Part 4 is going to be horrible because it's the 4 fossils that will be needed to be done. Which is why I sort of encourage people to get a few extra watts, shall we say, rather than just a few. But part 5 should be pretty quick. I'm pretty sure 6 is not too bad. There's some rarer ones in part 6, but it's not too bad. It's a weird little bit. But then when we hit part... after the 5th gym... No, after the 6th gym, we get the water encounters. So there's going to be some surfing stuff to do. So that's going to be a bit crazy numbers again. There'll be so many more water types to add to the list. So that'll be kind of fun to do. I feel like the Yamper's going to attack me now. I'm not really sure if this is the best bit of grass to do this on. I probably could get some Squovits to spawn somewhere else and get them to run away. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like most DAs might be best to do for the extra WOP stuff, but because we'll need some for like evolutions and stuff like that, and like Everstones. For when we get to the breeding. But yeah, there's quite a lot still to go through. But we'll get there. We will. The dots. I know I've got like the fishing encounters on this, but I just put everything that is actually on Route 2 because I can play sword or shield. That's why I've set it up for either. So that's kind of how I'm doing most of them. Just everything that can possibly turn up. And maybe we go for a curry, right? Get a curry badge. I may have misread the challenge page and caught a shiny Surskit in a netball instead of a nestball. Oh no. But it's still a bug, right? A point's a point. And hello, Kitty. Hopefully you are good. We got a shiny today. It happened. Finally. So, we are free of Route 1. We are on Route 2. Looking for C-Dot, mostly. I got a Hoot Hoot. Like the rarest spawn, actually, on Route 1, I believe. Which is kind of funny. According to the timer, it was 24 hours gameplay on it. 24 hours. The Golden Bird. Indeed. Indeed. And you'll like the name that we gave it. Based off a video game that I know that you've played. That's not Pokemon. And we'll do one Yamper. And it was the C-Dot, not Mario. Not Mario, no. No. I've tried to avoid Mario or the Pokemon games because we did do Mario Kart in January for the nickname theme. So I was trying to... We're just doing video game characters this month. Next year we will allow the Mario editions a bit more. Because I've already made the rotation and I want to go for all of the nicknames. Brewster. No, not Brewster. We're going to do 2 more encounters and I can show you the shiny, and we are going to take a tiny little break. Then you don't know? Well, we'll do the next encounter and I can show you the shiny. We will. Yes, we will run away. Next week is normal types. I already have your target. It will be submitting as many duns for us. Fair enough. That makes sense. The owl. It is... Oh, it's this way. Blaffers. From Animal Crossing, apparently. So that is our gold bird. I think I'm going to add a shield copy, so double hunting and also double ball hunting. No worries, like the rule is simple, you can use as many copies as you want. You've still got the same sort of restrictions, you can't go get your gym badge and use that account, but you can still do whatever you want. You don't need the internet for this challenge, which is the good thing about it. So we'll probably leave the Hoot Hoot on the screen, and we'll put up the challenge. Fair enough, fair enough. But I knew that you had played some Animal Crossing, which is why I thought Giddy knows Animal Crossing. That's a good hint. Right, we are going to do grass types today. There we go. Is that working now? Yes. So just any grass type. I will switch off the mic and the camera and wish you good luck and see how we do today. Well, there was a GG on the grass types. I thought electric would be quite a quickish one before we continue our shiny hunt. Also, welcome in Ape as well. What is missing here? Oh, there we go. The Shinx line. What is missing from Unova? A Molga? What else is in that game? What is the genie? We've got the genie to get, right? Oh, the Dynamos. That makes sense. Those evil little insert words that make you happy. There's stuff in Paldea, so that's probably what? Iron Fawns? Isn't that electric? Iron Hands? Raging Bolt? They're like a standalone electric? Oh, Sandy Shocks, won't it be? That'll be the other one. What's the other plain old electric one from Galar? So it's Thunderous and the Galar one. What's a boring electrotype? Oh, it's Pinchurchin, isn't it? I think it's Pinchurchin, but and that should. Oh, there's another thing missing then. Oh, Raikou. We forgot Raikou. How did we forget Raikou? Um, yeah, it's an annoying one to spell, Pinchurchin. I know that much. So GG, GG. It is the spelling that gets us every time, isn't it? Let's be honest. We always get defeated by the spelling. So we'll get back to our hunts. As you can see, we have one shiny today, our little Hoot Hoot, which has kept us very happy that we got one. And here we are. We are on Route 2. Okay, I didn't want to do the spinny thing. I'm just going to get rid of the Choodle because it's going to annoy me. So, will we get the second shiny of the day, or are we going to have to wait another 6 days before we get the second shiny? What do we think? Who? Who? Will it be me? Will I be the lucky one? 2 in a day? Nobody has got 2 in a day so far in this challenge. Can we change that? Can we change it? But those quizzes are fun. I want to try and find a nice middle ground that's not Dex order, but you can't do types in Dex order, which is a little bit annoying. So we'll have to figure something out in the middle ground. Now, I don't really have too much customizable uniforms. I'm pretty sure there is not a shop in Turfield, so that's why I didn't really bother too much. Unless there is a shop in Turfield and I'm just being stupid and missed it. I haven't been there for a while, but I think it's basically a flower shop, a Pokemon Center. Do types by Dex order? You can. When you do Dex order, it sort of filters everything into one list. So when we do Gen 8, the Hisuian ones are thrown at the end. Hello, Pokemon Gamer. I am doing good. How are you doing? So instead of it sort of say Galar, Expansion, Hisui, it's just one long list. I think you get the incense there. I think the incense is Hullberry, if I'm not mistaken. That's the other reason why we're not really pushing for the breeding in the first bit. You streamed yesterday for 3 hours. Very nice. More Fortnite or Rocket League or other games? And 90 on the badges for Pokemon Gamer. Very nice indeed. Fair enough. Fair enough. And you are enjoying it? And Kitty is up to 47. They're in the market in the water town in Sword Shield. That has the incense. That's what I thought, yeah. Which is again why the main reason we're not doing the breeding in the first segment is just because I don't want... technically you shouldn't go across Motorstoke River. That's the main reason why it's not in the first part. No, there's a bird. There is a bird. You can also follow along with the Awkward Kitty Cat, who has been doing some Grief Case Simulator, a little bit of Pokopia, taking a little time away, but we'll be back. So if you want to support in the future, follow along with Kitty, and you will enjoy some time there. A little bit of sus, a little bit of doggos. So make sure to watch out for her grand return. I am doing good, Varus. How are you today? There is the Espion spitting at the Tinkatink. You've just woken up. Fair enough. Fair enough. You have missed the shiny in this challenge. So that is a thing that has actually happened. It was real. Shinies do exist on my save file. So that's a thing. And 110 for Varus on the badges. Very nice. Very nice indeed. We will keep going. We're on the route to... I don't think I actually ended up taking anybody's preferred choice off Route 1 as well, which is even better. Because I know that there were a lot of people that won a lot off Route 1, and the one I got was pretty much the only thing nobody mentioned, I think. So that was extremely nice to see. We are getting very close to some ad lands, so be prepared. Be prepared. It was not Squovitz. It was not Squovitz. I think I just don't want to get Squovit early, if I'm honest. It's everywhere. It was this. It was Hoot Hoot. And now we've hit the ad land. We can show it off again. It was this. Not move. This page. Hoot Hoot. Level 3 shiny Hoot Hoot. So, that I'm very happy that we got. To be honest. I don't know if it's any good stats on it. It says it has some defense. That feels higher than it probably should be. Doesn't have any good moves. It is a very serious Pokemon, of course. And doesn't have any ribbons. That's pretty much it. The funny thing is I've got the Noctowl in the Shiny Vault. There we go. We've got Noctowl in the Shiny Vault. So that is the thing that's happened in this save file. What else do we? We actually have a Combee in the Shiny Vault. What else? We do have a Score Bunny, an Applin. I've got a lot of starters in this one, which is strange. Now, these two regions are a bit bad. As in, I don't have very many. Okay, we are back from the Adlands, so we will continue on the hunt. Bit awkward having two Feevils here. No, Nickets, because they just stand there. Don't really do much. I can't really tell you what a shiny Purloin looks like, either. I don't think it's that big a noticeable shiny. Get rid of the Rookity, because we don't want the Rookity. But Rookity is the worst to have around when you're doing random encounters. At least the rest I can dodge. Yampa's a bit annoying because it runs at you. Oh wait, that's worse. Zigzagoon's the worst. I forgot Zigzagoon was a thing on this route. We haven't seen one yet. I forgot that it exists. Oops. Oops. Let's get rid of it. While it would be lovely to get it shiny, we just want it gone. We need it to go. Disappear. Dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun. But now that we know that the Pokemon Gamer has stepped into the streaming universe, you can follow along and see how his Fortnite, Rocket League, and maybe one day Pokemon adventures go. For some reason, Twitch was being weird and wouldn't actually let me follow you the other day. I tried following you about 5 times. It just said yes, and it didn't let me do it. So I'm not really sure what that was. But yes, he is working on the first few journeys into it. So if you have time to support, there may be a little thing like an affiliate push as well that we could help with. You never know. They may also have a bit broken shiny luck. So that is what we can do to say hello and support. But we'll be back for DAs. Like, DAs is going to stick to our Sundays. I think DAs on a Sunday is quite nice. I think if I do it on a couple of the other days, a few other people do them, especially on that day. Once a week works nicely. The other question is, for Xanax, are you going to do much in Madar? Do you reckon, or not? Or that goes to anyone. We know a few people that are doing Madar. Anyone else going to join us in the Madar hunts? See if we can get another win. You haven't decided. Fair enough. So I did put questions out about like the rules. So it does look like we still have the same rules that we have in the Shiny League, where you get one, break it, and do another one. I am 100% going for that last cast form. But if it does turn out to be normal this week, I may go for the cast form on Wednesday as well. So that'll be fun. Have my cast form set up as well. Nice. But you see what I mean when with the trophy garden, it's much easier once you start rotating it round. And it shouldn't change unless you talk to the bloke again. Like, as I said, I did mine in February. Welcome in, DJ. How are we doing today? We got a shiny today, so we are happy. Hopefully we'll get another one. You never know. I'm gonna have to set up the Macron for money farming because my account is broke. It's not too bad to set up the money farming. What would you need to do? Like, you've only got to beat the rich couple a couple of times. You're doing well? You're just chilling, playing some ZA? Nice, nice. I assume it rotated randomly daily like swarms until... Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why I want... Because I had done quite a lot of research on that. I'll be honest, I actually thought swarms were in a rotation order as well. Until I learned the other way that they're random. But I'd always been sort of warned just not to play with the system clock for radar. That was always the thing I sort of got taught not to do, which is generally why I don't do it for anything. I've done it once for like something in random outbreaks, but I just find it really uncomfortable because it always feels like something doesn't quite work after it. But that's just a me thing. I guess I'm just like, I try to play it at the easiest way to play the game, where if something breaks, I keep everything that I've done, if that makes sense. So I'm a big person that thinks that autosave is kind of important. I know it's not when you're doing like soft resets or radar, but generally speaking, I think it is very important to use the autosave feature. It is designed for that very reason, to protect you in case something breaks. I still manually save when I switch things off, which is the funnier thing to it. What is this area behind me when we do the encounter? Oh no, that the Choodle? Choodle is... I don't like Route 2. I think I'm going to hate Route 3 more. But I think if I can get the Gossiflors to spawn, it's not too bad. Purloin, not too bad. Yeah, so what's that maze farm sort of behind me? Never quite know what that's meant to be. Now the question is, should I try to design a badge that when you collect your daily badge, it becomes that badge that appears on screen? Thank you for the lurk, kitty. Like, we did try it before. I don't know if everyone was here when we did it before, but we had something where I had put in like all the different gym badges, but it made mix it up very slow. Morning, Steph. How are you doing? I am doing well. We finally got a shiny in our challenge. Because who doesn't want a hard challenge where everything is too difficult to get done very quickly? So we got the almighty Hoot Hoot. Of all of the things to get in the random grass, it was the rarest spawn of them all. Thank you, and good to see you're doing alright now. Finally up early enough and not busy for once, so you can say hi. No worries, no worries. Any luck is always appreciated too. Like the Shiny Professor Voices challenge has become challenging. I think is the best way to put it. But the community now will have 4 shinies. Nothing from Gen 8. So, it's in the name? Yes, yes. It's basically a Professor Oak's challenge, but more difficult. Because why would I want to do something simple like a Professor Oak's challenge? Make it a shiny Professor Oak challenge? No, let's make it full odds only, or the fullest of odds only. No knockouts, no breeding, no chain fishing, no DA shinies. Everything is the 1 in 496. So, yeah. And make it a living dex as well. Not just a tick everything off in the Pokedex. But I mean, it worked out perfectly. I started this challenge at the perfect time because it's when the auto tracker got released. It's more like, so the reality is I think ZA pretty much sucked a lot of life out of shiny hunting. The sandwiches were being used, and there isn't really a middle ground. Like, I find Fire Red Leaf Green quite difficult to play for extended times. It's probably because the big screen, 1, it looks terrible on a big TV, and 2, it gave me a lot of headaches. because I'm having to stare a lot more at the screen to make sure I'm not missing stuff. So this is sort of like the only middle ground I can find to do some full odds hunting at the moment. And because we did like the showdown, and I was dual hunting, and I did like 5 days straight at it, and something just wasn't feeling right. But any of this sort of hunting's easy, because when it's shiny, it makes you know it's shiny, and I like that. More than anything else. And I do have a weird attachment to these games. Like, I was always going to try to do a living dex in every game on the Switch at some point. So why not do something with a bit of a beginning, middle, and end for the story of our adventure? You can also follow along with Steph. There's a mixture of Nuzlocks, some full odds shiny hunting. There is some element of artwork, which is the full arts, turning the normal Pokemon cards into beautiful full art designs. And also, you can join the Mimikyu designs, where you can Mimikyu a Pokemon, or see Steph Mimikyu a Pokemon. There have been quite a lot done already. It is very fun and interesting to see where they go, especially the Psyduck and the Buizel that we've seen in the last month or so. There is also some non-Pokemon games like Control and Dragon Age that you can always check out. And also, you may get some cat cameos. We always like to point out when you get animal cameos on stream. Oh no, I didn't want to spin. I missed the encounter because it span. I forget that you spin in this game. I've been playing BDSP for too much recently, and I keep going and doing the twirly thing. Because you can't twirl in BDSP. C-Dots. Come on, C-Dots. I don't know why I'm going for C-Dot, to be honest. But I've learned a lot when it comes to shiny hunting. Sometimes you've got to learn to go for the less interesting Pokemon. You can't just go for the things you like. Because then at the end you'll have all the boring ones that you don't like. I'm not saying C-Dot is boring, but it's not going to be first on my list. It has. Handed away too many Pokemon to complete the Pokemon home in ZA. How many do you need? So I'm pretty sure you should be able to catch or get everything with the exception of Melodic on one save file if you've got the DLC. Pretty sure that's the only one you need to trade for. A little over 100. It shouldn't take too long. When did you start playing ZA out of interest? I know the problem with ZA was if you were someone who was going quite hard on shiny hunting, you had nothing you could do until the home edition came out. I forgot to ask, how is the Pokopia journey coming along? Are you still working on that offline? I know I've been so bad at touching that game. I don't even think I got a full week of stamps this week. That's how bad I've done. But I guess the question, so what I started learning, especially when they first released the first home reward, was to sort of always set up the game to build a living dex as I go, whether I do like 5 Pokemon a day and sort of work my way through it little by little and get it prepared. That's like my best bit of advice, because now that you know that you're going to get a home reward, every new game that comes out, it's best to set it up for a home reward. There's not much point, there's no benefit of not doing it. You're guaranteed it. It's not even, oh, will we get one, won't we? It's going to happen. So For example, when Winds and Waves comes out, my tip is just to open up the boxes and make box 1 to 400, whatever the number will be. I'm assuming 400 because that's what Gala and Paldea had in their base dexes. But you can do whatever number you feel like. And when Home comes out, you can just instant transport, save, take it back, and do what you want with it. You figure you'll do it while doing the Shiny Living Dex. Yes, there is that as well. I think my thing would be I would probably catch one of everything basic first, and then maybe replace it as a Shiny Dex, just so I can get the reward when it comes out. And if there's something that's like, let's just say, for example, a Spirit Home in Scarlet and Violet, that's probably something you're going to breed. But I can get it in the Pokedex and stuff like that. That's my thinking. And then I doubt you'll be going quite... If it... Again, it goes back to what the mechanics will be. If the mechanics are more sandwiches and there's not an annoying Tandemaus in there, you probably won't be catching quite as many as you were in ZA. So there is that element that you've got something that can help you. Like, we've still got, what, 9 boxes of spare shinies for Z. It's kind of broken. It's like, don't know what to do with them. Probably going to start giving them away in June for some events that we're going to be taking part in. We're going to have quite a lot of shinies to give away. Hints, suggestions. We'll see. I don't know if there is anybody else here who watches along with football. I know not everybody is, but something that was quite interesting was looking at some ticket prices coming from the World Cup final in America on the resale sites. And somebody was trying to sell a World Cup final ticket, not in a good seat either, for $11 million. Just many of the full decks to keep in the game, and then the extras and new Pokemon for the home decks. Okay. Again, we don't know the full deck size, so once we know that, we'll figure out the box spaces a bit more, won't we? Because we usually get home connection before any DLC, and let's be honest, it's gonna have DLC. I don't even think that's... Like, the last 2 mainline games have had DLC. It's gonna have DLC. Whether we want it to or not. Like, we can't get away from that anymore. It's a model that's gonna be around forever. But usually the home connection happens before the DLC. I just hope there's a bigger window between the main game and the DLC this time. So I think the ZA DLC was way too close to the main game's release. That should have been at the earliest February, but I kind of get why it wasn't now, because everything else came out in February and March. When do we reckon we'll get Colosseum as well? Do we have any guesses? Or do we reckon like the 1-year anniversary? And a much smaller gap between game and home. Wasn't it still 6 months between ZA and home? Which I thought was like... I'll be honest, I've never been that attached to when the games have come out, but I thought it was always about 6 months, give or take, or was it only 5? I don't really want a smaller gap if there is Dex completion stuff. I get why it doesn't happen for a while, and it does make a lot of sense. But then I also guess home, the connection with home might be very important if they do commit to champions being the only place to do the competitive scene. Because the reality is, if Wind and Waves comes out November, Um, and Champions is going to start the tournaments. You need to be able to put the things into Champions, right? So, like, 3 is enough. It's going to be one of these endless debates, though, really, isn't it? Like, I think they want to make, like, we know why it's not done. Like, the reality is it's not done for one very simple reason, is especially with Scarlet and Violet, you can get the shiny charm before you even, well, from the moment after you get your starter, can't you? If I'm not mistaken. So they probably just don't want that element. And judging by Scarlet and Violet and ZA, ZA wasn't quite as obvious with it, I guess. Because you couldn't get all of the stones. You probably wouldn't get the research done in ZA. You'll just get the caught so many done. But you might get a ton of rewards pretty quickly with ZA. But I kind of like the idea that they encourage you to complete the game with the ecosystem they've created. I think that's kind of important for the game itself, all of them. But if it, like, what would you say if it was more of a, you can take stuff out of the game to put in home, but you couldn't put from home into the game? Like a one way after 3 months, and then 6 months, both ways compatibility. Do you reckon they would ever consider that? So I think the majority of us would rather just get the stuff out of the game rather than put stuff in at the end of the day. I think that's most of the frustration that I think a lot of us felt with EA. You would find, but they wouldn't want to do that. No, they wouldn't. But if it was something to do with champions, then maybe it is something they will do earlier. But then it depends whether champions gets fixed, ready to actually do competitive, whether it's still a bit of a mess like it is at the moment. And the fact that it's on a mobile, probably halfway through the year, there's a lot of if, buts and maybes around it, really, isn't there? It's kind of awkward. Like, and then, do we have any guess when Fire Red Leaf Green will get attached? Have you been cancelled by... Probably. You just got back. Welcome back. The Astros. You have missed a grand total of 0 shinies, so don't worry. Nothing to miss. Champions has pitiful amount of Pokemon. The items, something. That the new home Pokemon comps. Yeah, that's my. See, I looked at it both ways. I wouldn't mind if you couldn't free recruit legends, but I don't see the point. Like every time you watch competitive, there's always a legend or a couple of legendaries on teams. So I don't quite get the point of it. And from somebody who would like to do it for silly stuff rather than competitive stuff, I would like to have some fun on it. Do like metronome battles, do like baby Pokemon against baby Pokemon or something like that. Do like a draft-ish mode. So just for the simplest way, just say between me and you, and we said we can draft a ghost type team only. So if I take Dracobolt, you can't take that. So if you take Gengar, I can't take Gengar. And stuff like that. And you would have to put together a team for double battles to go against each other, all using the same type. Or something like that. That's what really interested me with that. Like, it wouldn't just be one-on-one, it could be 4 or 5, and then you can do a little league and see how you all do against each other. But because it's such a bad selection, and I do get the argument the other side, if they did put everything in day one, there isn't anything to look forward to. But if you're calling it the home of competitive Pokemon, it should have every Pokemon to use competitively. That's the big thing for me. But yeah. Maybe today's just the ranty day, Mrs. Astro. Is that what it really is? It's the rant stream. We all do, yes. And hello, Kim. Hopefully you are well. How was the rest of the birthday? Did he get to be the centre of attention eventually? Or did he have to sit in the corner for the rest of the day? And Spike is up to 122 on the badges. Very nice. And good morning to you, Spike. No evolved Pokemon either. No Eviolite strats, no Flame or Toxic Orbs. He got spoiled. Lots of snuggles after. That's good. That's good. And thank you for the lurk, Sophia. Hopefully you are well too. But our shiny luck has finally happened. We got our Hoot Hoot, so we're happy. So next time I'm at the cinema and someone starts using their phone, do I get to walk down to them like Obafemi and just go and then RKO them? Is that what we should do, Mrs. Astro? Full blown swinging of the arms. And see what they do. Or thank you, thank you. I can't believe it was like the rarest spawn. That sounds legal, yes. Good. Good. I'm very much... I get very, very angry at the cinema when... Well, not proper angry, but very frustrated when people just start staring at their phones during the movie. So... Or shall we go for the Will Cross one? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And I've said recently, it's not actually children. It's usually... Yesterday wasn't, but usually it's actually parents who have gone to the cinema with their kid because they want to keep their kid quiet for a couple of hours. The kid's watching the movie, and then the parent decides to play on their phone. So, but yesterday was just two annoying people. And Shurio's hit 185 badges. Congratulations, Shurio. We've hit the Adlands, so we will wait for the shiny burb. Do that, but my Shurio is almost black with nighttime settings. To Sudoku puzzles during the movies. Ooh. We have hit the Adlands. But we will see if we can continue our shiny luck. But it would be lovely to get one more today. It really would. Just to say that we could be top of the leaderboard. How much did you roast me about this? I didn't roast you. I knew you were in the Adlands. I didn't know how long the Adlands last everywhere, so I tend to wait. Because I'm one of these really strange people at the cinema. Oh, and there is Shurio. I don't know why that didn't play all the Joe Hendry. And Jim is on 73. Welcome in. Like, I'm one of these people that tends to sit like right in the back corner, just out of the way at the cinema. And that's why I tend to go during the day, so there's less people. Because people just frustrate me there too much. And it's not just the phone, it's the talking. I've had people say, why would you do that? And it's like, I wouldn't do that. I'm watching a horror movie. Of course it's not going to make sense. They're not meant to make sense. If they were smart, it wouldn't be a horror movie and it wouldn't be funny. That's the point of a horror movie. You make bad decisions and you pay for your consequences. That's the element of it. Uh, it would be a documentary. For what you're at the cinemas for, or I think sometimes though, when it's completely packed, yeah. Oh, if it makes sense, yes. See, when you're in a packed cinema, it's not as bad, I guess, because when you're in a like 10 people in there, the phones just go and literally like I'm one of those people though that I cannot sleep with an element of light coming through, so I get very fixated on light. It's really frustrating for me. But then it's one of those things. It's not so much that they are doing something. They are literally here's TikTok. Ooh, ooh. Anything happening now? No, TikTok. And that's what I hate. That's what I hate. Or it's they're replying to text messages because you can kind of read what they're planning for dinner as well. Horror movies can be like, let's take the family trip to the Death Murder Lake. Exactly. See, don't go to so often, but I feel it's okay. It tends to be a little too many people, but try going to see the Hoppers. It's been out for a while. Hopefully I can watch it when it's not busy. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I used to go when it was busy, but if my best experience at the horror movies, well, at the cinema, was a full packed Stephen King's It, the first one of the two that they did, and there was a scene in the trailer that was like a jump scare. You could clearly see what was happening. It was fine. It's gonna get a reaction, etc. But they actually showed you a different scene in the movie, and all I know is this woman behind me screamed out and said, "I didn't sign up for this." And everybody just burst out laughing because it fully got up. It was so funny. But that was like a good story, like, but most of the time it's not too bad. I I go and if there, I very rarely have more than 15 people, and that's generally why I go daytime. So I don't really like going in the evenings because I don't really want to walk around town at night either. If I'm honest, I don't like the city or the town at night. So I try to avoid it. You can also follow along with Kim's Mad World, who has been doing a lot of Pokopia, a little bit of Disney Dreamlight, some Palia, and some Lab Simulator, unless the shiny appeared yesterday after I left. But there's also some cat cameos as well. They quite often like to take centre stage, and if you put in angels when you appear in there, you may see a very nice clip. I kind of think that is pretty much Mrs. Astro's walk on nowadays. It just automatically puts angels in when she types. Last time we went to the cinema, when it was packed, was the end game. Went with the other kids at the 11 p.m. viewing, broke curfew. A lot of trouble for yeah. That was a good one, good experience. That one, good early in the day. That's why I get a bit frustrated when they don't put horror movies on during the day. Of course you didn't. That sounds about right. Cat cameo. But it was a Kim cameo. Oh, a Kim cameo on a cat stream. Is that what it is? Yeah, Endgame and Spider-Man No Way Home were quite good experiences, especially the pop. Because it's quite interesting when you see North America do their stuff, and they're very loud in the cinema, and the UK is quite quiet and restrained. I don't know the rest of Europe. Right now, grooming each other. We don't have an angel's command, Mrs. Astro. You'll have to find something to get. better than the shiny behaviour? Maybe. Maybe. I'm worried that I might miss Seedot. I know it sounds silly, but in Scarlet and Violet, Seedot's actually one of the very few that stands out shiny. I was the oldest and getting ready to move out, so I got in the most trouble for allowing the 1340 break curfew. That's why I sort of don't like midnight showings. I think it's kind of bad that they do it, because it encourages people to... I've only ever done one midnight showing. Never again. Never again. The next day, I felt that the next day. I should have known better, because I do have done like the wrestling like at 1 o'clock in the morning. But no more midnight screenings for me. Going out in a bit for a shonk. You really want the pig? No worries, no worries. Good luck with the Lashonk. It was actually the only viewing we could get on release day. Yeah, it was kind of crazy, that one. So it's just, I don't really know what it'll be like for Doomsday. I can't see it being that popular, but it's difficult with all of the silly AI, half AI trailers and half real trailers going around at the moment. You literally don't know what's real anymore when that movie comes out. You'll go for the park for the little shonks too. Everybody's going to get shiny Lashonks. I'm going to put in as much effort as switching on my phone to see whether there's one that appears at my house. Is that enough effort? I know Elite would ban me, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I do need to put a bit of effort in because I need the Suicune. Then I think I only need Suicune and Heracross to finish the Johto Dex in my Go save. Finished Kanto thanks to their really nice reward. Well, that little pass they did a couple of months ago. Finally got the Mewtwo. We'll see who gets the most shiny piggies tomorrow, right? Because there'll be some North America as well that might get some. I'm sure there'll be plenty. Ready to play Pogo, but the trunk is cute and I need to get outside. Fair enough. I tend to do like about a half an hour-ish walk first thing in the morning for my Pogo stuff. Go and get a couple of gyms and switch it off. That's the way I treat it. And then maybe check at night. Or just odd bits during the day. I'm very lazy with it. I'm quite lucky that another one of the local Pokestops has turned into a gym. So now I've got about 6 in quite a nice circle around me. So that is nice. But I don't really know what my goal on it is anymore. Like, I don't need too much. But I'm only level 59. So I'm sort of at that awkward stage. But one day, it'll become something more. I feel like I will get a shiny today. Good luck, thank you, and I wish you, make sure you look after yourself with everything that goes on outside. These full odds hunts, right? Am I allowed to call this a full odd hunt? Or not? I know there was a little bit of a debate about full odds hunting in a chat yesterday. What's considered full odds and not? It's full odds in this game. Yes. Yes, that's the challenge. It's funny that we've had Torkoal, Electrike, and also Psyduck. They're the other ones that have been caught so far. But welcome back, Pokemon Gamer. How are you doing? We can't make it any fuller. No, that's the truth. We can't. I don't know if... were you in that conversation yesterday when people were trying to explain how 4 times instances work on 8000s? Or was it just Mr. Astro in there? It was kind of getting funny, but not also nice to watch. Yeah, that's where it's quite fun. Fair enough. Hopefully you'll have a good time today, Pokemon Gamer. Continue to enjoy your first few steps into the world of the streaming. It is fun though, like to see the different opinions on it, and then people getting tripped over. I know we sort of had the... It goes back to what happened with the Shiny League stuff as well. we had the discussion about the Shiny League points and certain things. But good morning, Michael. 32, very nice. So what we were talking about the Shiny League points, and so if you had one game, you're having one in 8000, and that shiny could then be worth 2 or 3 points. But if you had, I think you could have 6 games. You had 6 chances at the 1 in 8000, so you got to do more. It's a very, very complicated thing, Michael. And hello, Ray. Number 21 on the badges. Very nice. 25 DAs give you with a shiny with a charm. Yeah. Not remember to use the points in the extra challenge. Did you do any in the showdown at all, Xanax? Because I know it got very heated, shall we say. It got very heated in the discussion about the points that we had. We have got one shiny. It is going very well. Thank you. How are things with you? No, you didn't. Okay. Fair enough. You can follow along with that Ray guy who does do a lot of Fortnite, Call of Duty Warzone. I did see you doing another game the other night, but also some Power Wash Simulator. But if you want to just relax and maybe join a couple of games once you get to know Ray, he will let people get to know him and play along. So check him out. You can have a good little bit of the old crack in the chat as well. Not that type. It's not complicated at all. Probability remains the same regardless of... Yeah. Sledding game, that's the one. A lot of fun. Good. Glad you're enjoying it. It's more that people play odds too much. Like if you're going to play odds exactly, I must do 4,097 encounters to get a shiny, right? And I can only get a shiny after doing 4,097 encounters. Or something like that. So the proximity chat, that's a bit like what you use in like Peak and stuff, right? If I'm not mistaken. Have you been dabbling in a bit of Arc Raiders or not? I don't know whether I should give up on the C-Dot. Should we? So, because like Mrs. Astro broke the odds. That's the thing. Fair enough. I know that it seems very middle ground to whether people are liking it or not. I would be scared to stream it. I would say that much, because you just don't know what someone's going to say. I know there are some protections to instant ban, but all you need is one psycho in there, and it's not worth it. It does look like a fancier version of DayZ. if I'm honest as well. But thank you for the shiny luck. Hopefully you can get us number 2 for today. Just need to find time between other games. You've got me to buy it. Everybody's buying the sledding game, is it? In fairness, that was pretty much me when I had a PlayStation 4. Every month you got like 2 games free, and every week I would download those 2 games and or put them in the library and never download them to play. The catalogue should have been pretty ridiculous by the time I finished on that system. I can remember my password, I could probably say. But have you been also reaching some of your other targets, Ray? I know you reach one with relative ease. Have you set your next target? I think we're going to have to make a bit of a joke, like follow goal now. You hit 1-7, so onto 1-8. Okay, very nice, very nice. I think we're going to have to make the joke one of trying to get to 800 by the end of this month. And no, Mrs. Astro, there won't be a Joe Hendry stream before you hit 800. It's hard enough. Do you know how many clothes shops I went in yesterday to see if I could find a Joe Hendry shirt? And I cannot find one, the right colour. Anywhere. Well, there's a chance. No worries, Pokemon Gamer. Thank you for the luck. Have fun. If you get 100 followers by the end of it, I would be asking questions. Fair enough. This month's got a bit crazy. Like, I know, like, it's difficult to talk numbers and stuff, but I don't know what happened this month, but it's been like one of the quickest spikes I've seen. But maybe there'll be some incentives for a Joe Hendry cosplay stream. Maybe. But I need to be able to figure out where to get the shirt from. Very nice, very nice. I will learn TikTok if I can put myself through it. I have it, and I think I have it auto-sharing, but I just don't really get on with actually using it. I think it's the best way to put it. There are certain things I like and certain things I don't. I used to schedule a lot of things up. I used to schedule all my shinies for the Switch 2 challenge, and on YouTube you can do months ahead. And on TikTok you can only do 30 days, and then I sort of stopped doing it because I kept forgetting to go back and do the rest. So like on YouTube the shorts are set up to go till mid-July? Because we've slowed down a lot, but... And that's everything we caught up to the end of April, because we did rubbish in March as well. We got like 3 shinies in March, because Pokopia was a thing that took over our lives for too long. You finally caught up on the boys. Very nice, very nice. I think I have watched the latest episode. There's what, 2 left? I think. I am going to be honest, I'm incredibly disappointed with this season. I swear I felt like nothing has actually happened. But that might just be me. And then that's Daredevil episode. There's a Daredevil episode. Or as in the show Daredevil. Is Daredevil once a week as well? Are we finally getting back to like the sensible model of putting things out once a week? Is this now taking back over? Are we free of the here's everything, binge it and then forget what happens model? I didn't see that. Fair enough. I have never watched an episode of Daredevil, so don't worry. I can't tell you what. I'll put it that way. The only time I've seen Daredevil was in that movie. And I don't mean the Ben Affleck one. But we have been through a lot of these. That squirrel is staying over there. Oh, no, not that one. Okay. You can also follow along with Sophia Wears Glasses, who does also do a lot of the full odds hunting. There has been some adventures in ZA. There has been some lab simulator, some Dynamax adventures, and some adventures for getting the shiny Talo, I believe, as well, in BDSP. So if you want some full odds and some chatter, Sophia is the place to go. From the preview, boys, episode 7, they're going full comic mode. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't really watch the previews because, well, I'll watch it eventually, but I kind of don't like the idea of next time on this show. It's like, okay, I was going to watch it next time anyway. I don't need to be told what might happen. It's weird that that's like the only thing. I've been sort of investigating the stuff that I've missed this year from stepping away from the film world as much as I used to. Is how they strayed away from the comics. I think that's just everything in general, isn't it? Like, they all have to do something different, otherwise everyone will go, well, that's just the same. Like, The Walking Dead is probably the best example. They left you with that cliffhanger about, like, Negan's introduction. And then they did one, and then they did the comic book one. And because I think they were scared people would complain that it wasn't the same as the comic book, because that moment... is it... So, how old are the comics? Just out of interest. Give or take. I don't know, like, an exact date. If it's like 10 years old, or if it's like 25 or something like that. And have the comics got a conclusion as well? I don't want to say it's a cruel joke. But it could be that they're sort of going hand in hand. They're 6 or 7 years old. Fair enough. We don't mind about numbers. They don't mean much. So do you reckon it's them trying to play into the modern social economic climate of delusional people in power with Homelander, or was that always the same in the comics? I don't really think that's too much of a spoiler to the show. Because it's become even more apparent that's what's happening at the moment. It's the same in the comics, okay. It's just certain character twists and turns have changed. See, I'm getting a bit tired of the let's team up and go fetch something in like every episode, and both sides are going to fetch the same thing. And it kind of is getting a little bit repetitive for me. And there's some silly drama about what's going on, and it's just the same old stuff. They should have been braver. They need to start being braver in these shows, and that's the problem. Again, what The Walking Dead fell into. They didn't want to get rid of the established early characters, so they brought in the characters from the comic books that became the fodder that they killed off, when in actual fact, the original characters were the ones that were meant to get killed off, and they were meant to become the main part of the story. You will say Jensen the Soldier Boy was perfect casting? Okay, is that because of How well he's doing, or what did you see him being able to do that before he got cast? Because I'd never seen him do that type of role before. I've only seen him in like 2 things, I'll be honest. Maybe 3. And one of them was a horror movie. Saw him as just the perfect cast, super powered Dean Winchester. Fair enough, fair enough. I still kind of want to see a world where The Miz became Johnny Cage. I'm going to be honest. Still have that in me that I would like to have seen it. I don't think Carl Urban is bad. I think he's really good at it. But I just feel like you would have got slightly more comedy out of it with The Miz. But I don't know if Johnny Cage is meant to be funny or not. But problem is killing your original cast. It's quick succession. It's fast way to make... Yeah, and that's what the problem with doing a show that has a cast you rotate out quite quickly in a comic book. Like, but then when there are characters that should last a lot later, they get rid of them a bit too early, shall we say. Ironically funny in the game. He doesn't mean it, but he is. Yeah, because he's sort of meant to be a washed-up actor, isn't he? I did like what they did with the Earth side of him. And then there's not much. It's more, the fantasy world, whatever it's called, the outer realm or whatever it's called, wherever they do their fighting stuff. But the idea of like a washed-up actor trying to recreate what made him popular, the convention scene, is basically what Bruce Campbell was doing way before Burn Notice put it back. The best film I'm looking forward to. I'm intrigued a lot, but not playing a Resident Evil game. I'm also extremely confused by that trailer and what I've seen. I think you probably get what I mean by that. There is no nut punch splits. No. But Resident Evil, yeah. I see the trailer and I kind of like the fact it looks like a really good horror movie, but I don't really see enough Resident Evil in it, if that makes sense. I know I'm not the biggest Resident Evil gamer. The game movie, and the OG Resident Evil movies. It might be just that I'm used to the idea of the mansion being the main setting, or a facility being the main setting. In a weird way, it kind of looks like the guy has written another really good person goes into a strange home with strange things happening horror movie that's way wacky than it has any right to be, and then someone's like, let's just transform it into like a Resident Evil creature. Talking of Resident Evil, I did not realise that the actress that plays Katana was in the Resident Evil TV show. That was something. That scene still sticks with me. If you've seen it, you know the scene with Lance Reddick that you'll never forget ever again in your life. But I missed that scene. Like, that scene. It's not even a horror scene. It just sticks with you forever. There's more Resident Evil in the B1 trailer than the entire franchise. They're even locational. I didn't even realise that was an outbreak. I'm sorry. We didn't miss a shiny. You did not miss a shiny. Because I always thought the mansion looked very Resident Evil-esque. The weird thing about it is she's like a massive fan of Resident Evil, isn't she? Or her family is, so she learnt more about it to make sure that she was doing it the solid way as such. But then it's very difficult to make a game of 90s Polo, like how it looked in the 90s. This is told from an average Joe point of view, which is, I guess, probably why I'm a bit more confused with it. Because like I'm only ever used to seeing like the Leons, Claire's, Chris, Jill's and stuff. If you were to compare it to a game from what you've seen, which one would you say it's most like? She was put in cause her husband directed it. I don't think they were married when the first one came out. I think they got married eventually. I don't think they were married when the first one came out. They were? Okay. Because I thought they met on the set. Or something like that. Because he had only really done, what, Event Horizon before that. I think he sort of gets a free pass because of Event Horizon. Because this seems to mix 0 and 4. Okay. Like, it just looks like it's going to be very fun, but it just... I have, like, there's an element of expectation of certain things. But I think they're doing quite a good job of keeping a lot secret. As well. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll go with hopefully. They only need to add one more to make it perfect for you. Is this going to be an over spoiler or is it going to be a character? I think there's enough shiny hunting for me. Until the scoreboard gets updated, fair enough. Do you reckon you'll win this season, or are you, as you said, you're sort of going slower to make sure you don't take that top spot? And do you reckon you'll use, even if you don't do the radar hunting yourself, will you use any of your points as well to get the bounties revealed? Use the typewriter. Okay, no worries, Rabri. Thank you for lurking. Has your radar class started yet? Honestly, you'll probably forget you have points. Okay. Well, at least it's not really affecting the scores. I would like to see a bit... I want to... Part of me... I know I'm not going to finish top 3 this season. I know for a fact I'm not. Unless I have a ridiculous last week. The trailers having the gun upgrades was genius. I must have missed that scene. Probably. I'm trying, like, a lot of the films I watched, I try not to deep dive into the trailers. I was like, guy goes to a house, some spooky stuff happens, and he runs. Okay. I didn't notice that. But that's me. I didn't want to... I want to try and go in quite... Especially with horror, I like to go in as blind as possible. It's a bit like the Evil Dead Burns trailer. They did that really interesting scene where some chaos is happening, and then they've gone and done another trailer that is completely ridiculous and gives away too much. Like Pokemon is part of your childhood. Fair enough. Like, I am somebody who is fascinated with... I used to go out of my way to watch every single possible video game movie. Because every single one got told it was rubbish. Like, let's be honest, not a single one was getting positive critical review until the Super Mario movie and Sonic and Detective Pikachu. I think they're the only ones that got proper positive rateds on Rotten Tomato and etc. down those lines. The animated Super Mario movie, not the first animated one. So that little era where we started getting Detective Pikachu, Sonic, and Super Mario movie. I can't remember the proper name of it. Not the Bob Hoskins one. Even though I kind of want to see a movie about that movie being made so badly, it just feels like it's got me written all over it. I like how he said they were pretty much turning up drunk because they knew how bad it was. Even though I like it for all the wrong reasons. But I believe I have seen every single video game movie, with the exception of probably the last year's worth. That includes both House of the Deads, all three Bloodborns, all three in the name of the king, and stuff like that. So I've definitely seen them all. You sure there was loads of them in the 80s? The ones that are considered video game movies, and whenever you see a list, I think like there's not many that are considered the 80s ones. Unless they're like the really cheap ones that were like straight to DVD or straight to video that not many people saw. Double Dragon, probably not. I don't think they're usually even making the lists when you see like video game movie lists. And people do rank every video game movie lists, and then that has never seen that one put on the list. I've seen a couple of Street Fighters, the Jean-Claude Van Damme, the Chris Klein one. I've definitely seen them. I've seen the two 90s Mortal Kombats. I've seen everything that has been Resident Evil. What else? It's both. I haven't seen the newest Silent Hill because it got a really bad cinematic release. Was the one saved by Raul Julia? Okay, there's I know I've seen the original Street Fighter. It's because they were very similar, weren't they? I want to say you'll probably win. If I get first this week, I will be 2 or 4 points behind second place. Okay. I really wanted to see it, to be honest, but it just didn't get like a proper cinema release. I don't know if it's come to VOD yet. Or I'm not going to pay to watch it. If it's on a streaming service yet. But it just sort of got dumped. If you get what I mean. I get frustrated when horror movies just get like dumped with one screening a day and they're out for like 1 week at the cinema and then it's like, oh, when do you expect them? They added the local mini-fit. Okay. I would like to think it's probably going to be on demand very soon. If I'm honest. I was intrigued. I didn't even know it was coming out. I went to see a horror movie and they showed the trailer and it was like, boom, yes. You watched it and Akira the same day. But didn't Akira was like 2 weeks ago, right? I thought Silent Hill came out in January. Pretty sure it was January time. That's why, unless, yeah, you're in the UK, aren't you? I thought. Or Europe. Or are you in North America? I know that they were big pushing the Akira re-release. I mean, if it's have to wait a while before they can show it. Okay. So that sort of hints that it'll probably go on like Prime or something. Maybe Netflix. We will see. It's something I want to investigate more, because it was something I really wanted to watch. Because I actually like, even though that it's not the best, I like both the Silent Hill movies already. I already like, the first one is probably my favourite video game movie. The one game movie I can't watch. Which one is that? The second one I love the trailer more than the movie, but I liked what they were doing with it. There's some good scary moments. Well, Monster Hunter, okay, I can get that. I've seen it, like, for somebody who never played the game, I can enjoy it for what it is. But I can understand it not being anything like a Monster Hunter movie. That's probably the best way to put it. Like, even just seeing somebody stream it for a minute, I can tell you it's nothing like the game. How are you going to take a game like that and make it a coherent story? There is an element of a story that does make sense, but it doesn't feel like it's ripped out of the video game. It just feels like a military story. It actually feels a bit like, it's not going to be the absolute best comparison, but it felt more like Pitch Black in the daylight, if that makes sense. You would have had to have seen a few of the bits of Pitch Black, but it felt like that. And I know that's going to probably make you feel sick if you're a big Monster Hunter fan. It does make sense. Okay. But it was more like about Mila Jokovich's military unit getting ambushed by something and teaming up with Tony. Was it Tony Jaa? Wasn't it? I think it's Tony Jaa. That was pretty much my reason for watching it, because I love Tony Jaa. Because of the Ong Bak movies. Pretty much, if his name's on it, it could be the worst thing in the history of movies. I'm going to go and watch it. I'm going to be honest. Like, I could watch him do some of his fighting stuff any day of the week. So I was sold purely on his name. I didn't care that it was like Mila and husband. I think it was her husband doing that one as well, wasn't it? But pretty sure it was the pair of them. I swear it got in a bit of trouble. Was it something... you love how she brings advertising to your favourite game to the West. Well, as in the Resident Evil or a different game? Before I assume it's Resident Evil. Or was it Monster Hunter? She has a massive card fight Vanguard fan because of her daughter. Okay. See, sometimes people just do movies because there's more to it. Like, I know a lot of people recently have been getting on Jack Black's back for being in too much. Minecraft, Mario, to say a few. But when you take a step back and look at the picture, he's getting the opportunity to go and make some movies that his kids can watch and have a good time watching. Because let's face it, they're going to be aimed more at kids than they are adults, and kids are loving the Mario movies. They probably enjoyed Minecraft more than they want to admit, but the movies are made for his kids more than for the adult fans of his. And being able to do that as an actor is something that's like amazing. Feels like he's trying to make him the new Robin Williams. There's always going to be that element with a lot of actors. Everybody is going to be the new this, the new that. I personally don't see it, but I can see why. Like, he's done... You could argue that School of Rock is his Dead Poets Society, if that makes sense. But he's never attempted enough truly serious roles to do that. And for me, Robin Williams is actually more memorable to me as a serious actor than a comedic actor. Jumanji, in his Jumanji. Yeah, the thing is, he's playing a teenage girl in Jumanji. And the first one was amazing. Like, he stole every scene. But he's meant to be playing a painfully generic teenage girl that's meant to be written as a game character. Which I kind of see it works really well. Like, The Rock plays big, muscly, bulky guy. The Rock is perfect. And Kevin Hart plays trying to be smart, not quite fitting in. And then you get the Karen Gillan and doing her thing, like the sort of bit Tomb Raider character. he would get a chance to, yeah. He would. Now, if you were to ask me my favourite Robin Williams movies, I'm picking Good Will Hunting. I'm picking Insomnia. 1 Hour Photo. Yes, Mrs. Doubtfire is an absolute classic. But those three, like Good Will Hunting is one of my all-time... It is probably my all-time favourite movie. And I would love to see more actors get the chance to do that as their first movie, or first written movie. And see somebody like no one was going to pick him up to be that role, and he gets that Oscar for that role. It's when you look at his career, and that's the movie he got an Oscar for. So I would go with that. Like for example, like the Anaconda movie apparently was quite fun, but also felt like just doing Tropic Thunder again. I never got to see it, but that was how I read the concept behind it. So I could see that being quite a good thing. It'd be hard to pick your favourite Robin Williams. Yeah. I felt like I had watched all of his movies, but I didn't see a lot of his later stuff because he wasn't quite as popular in the later stages of his life. A lot of his movies were trying to be serious, but didn't quite get the audience they wanted. I think things like Boulevard is one. I think he did one called Boulevard. So there's quite a few. And that is your first gym badge. Congratulations. 9 more, and you can pick a shiny for the scroll. You only get to take 1 a day. Sure. I'm trying to remember the other video game movies I've seen. What else? Bicentennial is one martial slots and toys. Bicentennial Man is so underrated. People said it was terrible. Like the review slammed it, and I never got why. Toys I only think I've watched once. Not because it was bad. Because it was just I was not the biggest fan of returning to some of the 80s comedies. But they all, that's the thing, he always made something that stood out. Like, we talked a little bit about this the other day, and I saw I'm not going to quote this perfect, but Ryan Gosling came out and said something, he said it's not the audience's job to save cinema, it's our job to make something worth going to the cinema for. And that's true. Like, when you saw, like, you don't really see too many actors that go, you know what, that's their name on it, I'm going to go and watch their movie. That you just don't get that anymore. If you're being honest, we are probably, the cinema draws are probably a Tom Cruise. And maybe a Keanu Reeves after the last couple of years. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun though, wasn't it? Project Hail Mary. I never quite get, like, I got nothing against him, but he has this weird comedic presence that's not, haha, I'm trying to be funny. But I can be funny. I just don't quite know how to explain it with Gosling. There's just something about him that has comic timing without trying to be funny. But is trying to be funny at the same time. It's such a weird... you avoid all of the crews? Fair enough. He has become a bit franchise. Which one was that? Which one did he ruin for you? Out of interest. Rachel. Okay, I get that. Have you liked the TV version of it? And would you have watched it or thought it would have worked if they had given it to a Rock or Batista, who I believe both tried or auditioned for it, or campaigned for it? I know, like, one of the things that most people got turned off was the fact that he was too short for the role. He's meant to be quite an imposing figure, isn't he? Richer. Like what the guy is now doing at that Alan Richman. I always almost call him Alan Rickman, but it's not. Well, I know he's a big guy, and he was in the Fast movie. That's about as far as I know. But yeah, that's the thing, like, we're in that era where people want to grab a franchise and make something out of it, and it's hard to say no if Tom Cruise comes knocking and saying, let's make you a franchise, when you see the money a Mission Impossible and a Top Gun now has been making. If he shows interest, you know, one, it's going to actually get released in the cinema, not get dumped on Netflix or Prime. So it's going to be a cinematic event. That's the thing that I like more about Cruise, is he encourages the movie to actually get a proper release. I kind of think that's very important in this modern era of cinema. We need to actually make the movies appear for everyone to see. But there's so many. Like, if you were to, I use him as an example because if you look back at like the 80s and 90s, you would have like your Arnie or Stallone, like maybe more the 80s. Like they would be, oh, new action movie, action junkie's gonna go and watch it. Um, I can't see like a modern mega action star that's under 50 at the moment that makes you go, I'm gonna put everything down and watch their movie. Like it's Keanu Reeves or Tom Cruise. They're both Tom Cruise, what, 60? Keanu Reeves is probably pushing 60. That's what I meant more by it. Like, because Marvel's been so saturated at the moment, their names don't really draw. Like, you tell me a Chris Evans, Robert Downey Jr., Chris Hemsworth movie, that's been a big draw. That isn't a Marvel movie. Or just some kiddie animation. And I'll wait for some answers. I don't think there are going to be many. Doolittle, exactly. We saw how well that did. uh, he tried, didn't he? He tried. But again, you get what I mean. Like, I know because of other things that have happened, he did better than Eddie Murphy. Uh, I kind of preferred the Eddie Murphy in a weird way. But that's probably because I was the age where I wish I could talk to the animals. So I kind of get that weird attachment to that movie. The first one only. Uh, like the thing is, the Downey Jr. one was more in a different time zone. Sherlock Holmes, they've done okay, but I don't think they've done as well as people would have liked. I think the last one didn't do very well at all, did it? Tropic Thunder, that was that was on the flirt of the Iron Man era. And as many people say, you probably couldn't make that movie now. Or you couldn't make his character anymore. Even though there was a message behind it. It's one of those age-old debates. Like, people who see it out of context say, how could you have done that? But the people who know the context get why it was done. That's the best way to put it. And it makes more points of the old whitewashing casting like line. That's pretty much what it was. It was pretty much saying all the whitewashing was taking over the roles that should have gone to them. That was the point of his character. And I get that. But I just don't think you could do it now. What annoys me about people who say Black Panther was the first black superhero movie? The people that didn't watch Blade? Welcome back, Will. Hopefully you are still doing good. Or who was Spawn again? Was Spawn John Leguizamo? I think that the difference between it, I think most people misquote. Um, Still too. I think it sometimes gets misquoted and people just say that he was the first black superhero. I think the point of it was the first black-led movie to get $1 billion at the franchise. That's where I think the point can sometimes get lost. I may have been the first black director to make $1 billion movie too. So that's the sort of records they were talking about more than anything else. But I think it might have just it gets mistranslated to the first black superhero. Or was that the first written one? Maybe. But that's where I think it gets mistranslated. Because I don't think many people ever look back at Spawn and still argue that Brendan Lee was the best comic book movie ever made. It could be. It's probably because not as many people know it as a comic book. It's probably more infamous because of the tragedy around the Crow, isn't it, nowadays? And like when they were doing those movies, comic book movies were not quite as, or comic books weren't quite as the it thing, shall we say? If that makes sense. It was always considered a niche hobby to read comic books, or a niche area, and it's become more an everyday thing with the newer stuff. Or I would say around the 2000s when they became bigger. And when I say bigger, I mean financially bigger to make. You get bigger names, bigger directors, etc., around them. And that's like talking like your Spider-Mans and X-Men, like the first couple of them. That's probably why most people weren't going to step down that same line. But I get both sides of it. It got bigger, yes. But that was like the 5th Batman or 4th Superman era. And I guess that it was a darker one as well, wasn't it? Because it was more, there's more gothic elements. It's more of a graphic novel, I would assume. I've never read the Crow books, comics. I don't really read comic books. But I would assume it's more of a graphic novel rather than a one that kids can pick up easily. Or could have picked up easily. Just because of the subject matter being quite dark. The Resurrection era, like revenge, the underworld of crime, and that sort of thing. We have fallen into the Outlands, so we will wait a second. Amy has got 106 badges. So we'll wait. I don't know how. We'll wait for Cypher to come out of the Outlands before we reply, so we don't miss any of the comments, as we are in the middle of our discussions. But hopefully you are doing well, Amy. I hope you are well. We did get a shiny today. We got a shiny Hoot Hoot. So we're on Route 2 now. So that's a change of scenery for a while. So I'm happy with that. Was we meant to give an ad break? We were meant to, yes. I don't know how it works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I'm assuming you're out of the Adlands. Nothing happened. Sometimes I'm noticing that they just put something on like the sidebar. Has a dance performance you'll be attending. Well, very nice. Hope you enjoy. The Dene has got 5. We'll just show you what we got. So that it kind of makes sense why. But I also do. The thing is, it also came out in an era where, what was it released? 93? 92, 93? Crow? I would guess. 94 maybe? Okay. So they're like, the action movies were still You would have had what, Jurassic Park at that era. I don't know the exact date. 6 months before Jurassic Park, which would have been what, around January, December time? Oh, around January time. I want to say I feel like Jurassic Park would have been June, July release. February. So this is where like deep diving into how movies get released. That is quite often considered the dumping ground, January, February, and due to how staggered the Oscar movie releases are. So it may have got slightly buried in the Oscar releases as well. It's become a cult class. Yeah, yeah, it has. It has. And then probably they didn't really know how to sell it. I don't really know the fallout of how everything that happened. You get what I mean? Like, was there like a big legal debate about whether they should still release it? And that side of it could have messed up a lot about actually getting the release. Like, it's very difficult. Like, we've seen with other things that have happened recently or the last few years about the mess that movie ended up going through. And like, I think even, I know you're not going to like it, but even like the last Mila Jokovic Resident Evil had a lot of tragedy around the production, which caused a lot of repercussions to its actual release. So I actually feel like Monster Hunter had the same problem. I think they had some very bad accidents with stunt people. Respect the family's wishes. They held it back while they bury him. Okay, so that probably doesn't help. It's an 18 as well, isn't it? I've got it up there somewhere. Where is the crow? Where is the crow? Uh, yeah, so it's an 18, which makes it also quite difficult to do well at the box office. So that's probably the problem. Like, that's why when you watch most, I'm using the word most here, comic book movies, even the ones that probably could be 18s, they're not, because 18s are harder to make money off. There's exceptions to every rule, but they don't want to make movies that are 18, that they want to make more. I think I could have probably made a movie better than the remake. From what I hear from it. I'll be honest, I've heard the remake is pretty terrible. I don't think I've even watched it. I've seen all the sequels. I've seen, what, 3, 4, and 5. No, 2, 3, or 4. See, they just had to get the comic recruit. And didn't they tame it up a bit? From what I like, it just feels like they made a revenge movie and then slapped the Crow's name on it, which is seen a bit more than most people want to admit. They made him a crackhead, which was okay. I'm not completely sure what. I think he was just a hard worker, wasn't he, or something? But I'm guessing they were trying to be edgier. But I don't know. I don't know. I haven't ever got round to watching it. To be honest. It's just a musician on hard times. Okay, I didn't think he was on the wrong path, shall we say. But I guess they want to try and play the musicians are in a hard time because they have addiction. That's their story they probably wanted to play. Which then takes away his sympathy. If he's on drugs, right? I think that's probably one of the problems. He wasn't a musician in the movie. Oh. Then the problem is, if it's somebody who is an addict, it's a lot more difficult to have the sympathy to cheer for them to get revenge. At the end of the day, it's easy if it's somebody who is hardworking, honest, who's just had their life taken from them, or and stuff around that. Because you're like, a bit like how John Wick is as simple as they killed his dog, and you've got like one of the best action franchises you've ever seen. for something that is so simple to create that bigger franchise. Took away his humanity. Okay. That sounds like Hollywood, right? It's weird though, because a lot. We were sort of talking about this a bit before as well. More in the horror genre. Whenever it comes to horror movies getting made, they're generally fans of the games or the genre if they're going to remake it. So you could probably sit down with that Zach and talk about Resident Evil, for example, and hear why he's done what he wanted to do. His vision, what he wanted to create, not just he got asked to do a Resident Evil movie. No, he probably pitched to do a Resident Evil movie, and he now he'd be down and discuss that. Yeah, and that's what we're noticing a lot with a lot of other horror movies. Not just that. There's just so much, like, everyone feels like it's a real passion of theirs. Unlike, I feel like saying, since about, there are exceptions, about the mid 90s through most of the early 2000s, there was a lot of people that would just, oh, we need a director, you'll do it. And they didn't have that element of passion. There's exceptions, like you still had your Wes Cravens, you still had your John Carpenters, you had your Eli Roths, they had their desires for doing something, but there are certain horror movies that are made by people that don't seem that interested in horror. Hello, Dindo. How are we doing today? See, we need a new Hammer horror. We did try that for a while, didn't we? We have had a few, but they haven't really had big cinematic releases. I know that there was one. I know Eddie Izzard did one. That was quite interesting, by like the Hammer Horror crew. When you say Hammer Horror, do you mean the studio? Or do you mean vision of other horrors? Because like Hammer Horror was quite famous for doing their own version of Dracula, Frankenstein, mummies, etc. You do mean the studio. Okay, so like the ones that did The Woman in Black. Doing good. I see you've got yourself... I did. I got myself the Hoot Hoot. On Route 1, the rarest spawn of all of them. I am free. You're hunting Nickit here, and I'm on 7-6. Please send me some luck. If I could have some luck, I would send it. I got mine over odds as well. But welcome in. This challenge has 4 shinies in it so far. So it has a Psyduck, an Electrike, a Torkoal, and now a Hoot Hoot. But yeah, I think Eddie Izzard was doing one, or did one. It was sort of a concept around... you would also like to go for that as well. It was sort of a Frankenstein one. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde concept, from what I remember. But they have been doing a few horror movies, Hammer, but they're doing them very cheap at the moment because there are other studios in the UK, most notably the people behind When You Eat the Pooh, Blood and Honey, who are making and churning out horror movies that go viral very quickly. I get that. I get that. Like, the bug was one of my first choices. You're doing 1 shiny per... Oh, good luck. Good luck. We're sort of doing a bit of a spin on the Professor Oak's challenge, but you can only do encounters. So you want a living dex of everything shiny, which is about 300 plus encounters before the first gym. So it might take us a while. We'll be made up. I'm in the kitchen making a sandwich. I'm intrigued to the context of that one, but Yeah, it's meant to. It was going to be like something I was going to do solo, but a few people showed interest, so we sort of made it an event people can take part in. So if you are interested in joining, feel free. I've seen some really bad attempts to do an element of Jack the Ripper. The thing with it is because it's a true crime. It's very delicate to do one based on it. Cessation of getting back in the kitchen. Oh, okay, fair enough. You've been Nigeled. Hello, Pixel. How are we doing? We have one shiny today. I think it was popular with Call of Duty boys when girls played online. Yeah, I get that. Like we sort of broke it down to something a bit more. You are good. You also, I don't mean to be weird, but you're such a calmer voice. I think that's what a lot of people say. I don't know where it came from, but they do. So, back to Mrs. Astra's point very quickly. So, there's an element to it that can be done in a comedic tone. So, we have one of my group of friends. We have one of the women in our group. Right, we know, and we wouldn't ever think to do that with her. But if she does something wrong, you sort of jokingly say, "Get back in the kitchen." We're not saying to actually do it, and she knows it's a joke, and we know it's a joke. We're not being serious, so it's one of those you can take as a joke between the friends that know it, but you don't say it to a stranger. It's like the opposite way around, like how Mrs. Astro kicks Mr. Astro out the kitchen. Because it's mine. That's what you say. Exactly. We've been Nigeled. Yes. That's the thing. I always think that you can do the joke and it be between friends and it be understood that it's a joke and never meant seriously, but you're not going to say it to a stranger. Then you are the wrong type of person. Oh, we have a raid from Rex and a follow. Welcome in, Rex and the Raiders. How was the 24-hour stream? Did you win all of the Dead by Daylight? I did see you were still on Dead by Daylight this morning, but for everybody new, we are Voices. We are a very complicated shiny hunter. We are doing the Shiny Professor Voices challenge, which includes getting everything shiny before the first gym in a living dex with the community. And we also do a switch to living dex, which does play through everything on the Switch except Let's Go, because that can go in the bin. But many other things. We also have Crystal and Ren in on the raid. The Lions Den has arrived with the Raw Rex. Lions and the Pride are here, bringing the hype, the support to your stream. Get ready for a infusion of energy and positivity. You can also follow along with Rex, who does do some Pokemon. We know there's some Lab Simulator, some ZA, but we have seen a little bit of Dead by Daylight, some Phasmo, GTA, Baldur's Gate, some Shield. There's a whole lot with Rex, so you can have a chat. And if you like your wrestling, there's definitely some chatting about wrestling too. But I do understand if you do need to raid and run, because it has been 24 hours. So thank you for the raid, and if you need a rest, please look after yourself. And thank you for the follows. We do have them all as anonymous because we want to make sure everyone can feel welcome when joining in and see if they want to get involved in our Shiny Hunt competitions, because we do win events, not competitions. You don't win anything for the most, but we have fun doing it. That is the key element. And you can collect your daily gym badge. Each day you can collect one of them. After 10, the first 10, you get to pick a shiny for the scroll, non-legendary. Then at 20, you get to pick another one. Then it's 20, 40, 60, up to 100, etc. every 20. 25, you get an on-screen appearance. And at 50, you can pick a legend if you want. It is up to you. We also have random number generator or cards if that intrigues you more. Let's just catch back up with chat. I gotta go. Hopefully you get what you want. And we will see you for more chats in the future. Let's just see. I think I missed at that joke. Exactly. Probably. Right. Pixo. Somewhere my group of friends have the inside joke like, do you want a grilled seed? Referring to, but also serious enough? Yes. Right. No worries. Your favorite Pokemon is your Yveltal. Very nice. I hate going in for it in DAs, but I know it is a very nice shiny too. We have actually got a shiny today. Somehow in this challenge, we got a shiny Hoot Hoot. So we're very happy with that. But at the moment, we are what? Nearly 700 into this route, which is... I feel like I've done a lot more than I probably should have today. But I don't know. I feel like there's been a lot more shiny hunting, and Fixel has also hit 54 badges. Very nice, Fixel. Oh no, not the Rookity, But we do end up talking about a lot of stuff. We have been having a lot of movie discussion today. But we like to let the chat get involved in the shiny. Ready to go for Pokédex card hunting. Good luck. I hope you get the ones you're looking for. Is it a set? Is it a certain set that you're trying to complete? Like I've said before that I'm more of the person that gets all the unwanted stuff. Doing your full national decks of cards. Okay. That makes sense. What game you're loading up? You gonna come and play Sword and Shield? Need 2 for the OG 159. 151. Which 2 do you need? Pokopia, of course Pixel has dived back into Pokopia. I thought you were coming to join them. Alakazam and Mew. Oh, very nice. I think I've got them in... Are they both in base? No. Alakazam's in base set, right? And I think I've got an event Mew from the early days. Not done with the air yet. Fair enough. Well, there's still like 325 to catch, so we've plenty of time. You've got all the time in the world. Need to find a nice Chikorita too. There must be a nice Chikorita card, surely. I feel like there must be like a full art Chikorita out there somewhere. Right? I can't be imagining that. But Mrs. Astro, have you heard of Mason Rook and his chant? 4 games and an art stream is the maximum a week I can manage. So I'm guessing no. There's a new English wrestler in NXT who used to go by the name Will Cruz or Cross or something like that. And he has a chant that goes, he's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. And he's basically built like Kevin Owens and does things like Kevin Owens can. Watch some of the videos. You'll see it's spelled, I think, like either like this or with 2 O's and 1 S. No, that's wrong. That bit. It's Will, but like that. You might see some fun videos. But yeah, he's got some very fun charts and some ridiculous moves. Back, and you're in bed. Hopefully you do get a nice rest, because I don't know how you do. I don't know how you handle 24-hour streams. I struggle with 6 hours. But I hope you did enjoy it all, though, and I look forward to seeing what your next anniversary milestone is. Cross, Cross sounds hard. He's big. He's bad. He'll body slam your dad. Like even John Cena's been sharing him, his clips and everything. Let's do this. You can also follow along with the Pixel Princess, who we know does like to play a little bit of Pokopia. Not too much, but a lot. There's also some ZA hunting, some lab simulator as well, maybe some artwork, some animal cameos, and maybe you can see some Flirt Fridays as well. He can body slam. He's still. That sounds like part of what they're trying to say with him, but you got the shiny tarantula in the Conquest. Very nice, very nice. It is an amazing shiny. It's one of my favourite of the Paldean shinies, considering it's not the most popular of the Pokemon in Paldea. That's the way I look at it. I feel it would be kind of broken if I got a second shiny today, right? Absolutely broken. We can't get 2 shinies in a day. Want to find the Celebration Mew. Okay. Was Mew one that... Was it Mew or Mewtwo that came with the movie release? It must have been the Mewtwo, right? I feel like I want to dig out the card to see if that's the Mew I've got. Same for Bronze for Forever. Okay. Mew is OG movie. Okay, then I might have that card. Are you doing a shiny living dex for each individual Pokemon? Are you... I will eventually be doing each game. I might still have it. I don't know. I feel like I had some from the first movie. I've only really got base set. So we are still going to do the switch to Shiny Living Dex challenge. So that main targets for that are going to be... the stuff we get in here will be added to that. This is going to be like an event, so you can see in the pinned comment that shows you what is needed. I haven't put my Hoothoot in yet, but... Actually, did I put the Hoot? No, I just completed it. That's only got 3 on it at the moment. I want to do a radar exclusive living dex in BDSP. So that's why I do radar once a week. And I will slowly work through ZA, Arceus, and Scarlet and Violet. The reason Scarlet and Violet is quite low down on the list is it takes too much concentration for me to enjoy. So I really try to put it on a bit more of a back burner. I needed to wait till I got home accessibility before I started the ZA one. There are some stricter rules to mine. I will not be doing... I will basically be resetting the gate, running through, resetting the gate, running through. I'm not going to do 10 resets at a gate and then run through. The same with hyperspace. We'll run round the whole map and then maybe teleport back to the beginning, then run round again. We're not going on any of the portal thingies that jump you around. We're going to make sure it takes ages, so it feels like we're running around for the shinies. We won't use sparkling donuts. We won't use sparkling sandwiches. But we do have the shiny charm. Can't help that. Just cheaply by using the common cards. Yes. That feels like what I've been doing with what I do for the shiny hunts in this. To be honest. But that's pretty much the concept. We've got so many collections set up on the shiny deck side at the moment. It's just sort of crazy how many we've been making. But if anyone is interested in joining in on this, feel free to say. We can add you in. There are very, very strict rules for this one compared to Dex 2026. But we'll get there. We will. But yeah, that's kind of the concept, just to be like over the top strict with what we're doing. We need to just make sure that we do A lot of, like, you're not allowed a gym badge for this. It's flat out no gym badges. You're not allowed to knock stuff out. We're only going to be torn between the Absol one you want to use. There must be some very nice looking Absol cards, right? But you're not allowed to do knockout method. You can't have more than 19 battled in your Pokedex. So that's why we're being quite strict with everything that we're doing. I know it sounds a bit drastic, but I want to make sure that it's open for everyone to have a good time and take part in. So nobody feels like they are just doing their little bit here and there. Like, you could get to the end of the game, but then that takes away the point of it being more of a Professor Oak's challenge twist to it. AX Dragon One from the Mega Evo, the gallery, to name your top 3. Okay. Could you, if you're doing it as a dex, could you treat it as a, because I do this for my form dexes, do it as a form dex and aim for all 3? And basically just call one Absol, one Mega Absol 1, and one the other Mega Absol. Just to mix it up so you can, say, get away with getting all 3 for the collection. Then I guess it opens the door for others that you've got to go through. There's always a few too many. No, because when I've done the National Dex, I want to do the Mega Dex. Okay. At least with that, you've got options then. For the Absol, you can go for the others, right? So that is nice, that you can mix it right up. Get a few. But can we complete this challenge? That's the question. Around the world, will we become the greatest shiny hunter of all time? Or not? What should we try and make the total for today? As well. I don't know. I don't know. I still can't believe the first shiny I got was a flying type. I can't believe it. He's never going to believe me that the first one I got was a shiny type. Oh. He'll never believe that I got a shiny type. A flying type. We got a shiny that was a flying type. Shiny is not a type. It may be once I finish with this. But I believe there is a little bit of a Lechonk day today. So if you are playing some Pokemon Go, good luck on your Lechonks. We have hit the ad land, so we will not shiny hunt during the ads. We want to make sure no one misses a shiny. That is a little rule we've added. Especially in these type of hunts, we can take that step back, get an extra bit of hydration, and focus. Mrs. Astro is after some dinner tonight. It is Lechonk on toast, or Lechonk casserole, and not letting Mr. Astro in the cupboards. I even managed to go shopping at last and get a new outfit. This is the best I could put together, because I can't get anywhere else. I'm only allowed in 2 clothes shops at the moment. So we got the Dreepy t-shirt and a varsity hoodie. Why not? Why not indeed, as they would say. But I feel like we could I really feel like we could get to the 900 today. But I'm not sure. I do have to consider maybe trimming down the on-screen appearance. Location, because where that why not appeared is right where the wording for the auto counter will appear. So we might miss some if something gets mentioned in chat. But welcome back from the Adlands. It won't disappear, it's just I've got to move it higher up. That makes sense. Like the window it can be in goes right down to the scroll, I think. It just has to be a bit higher up, because I need the word encounter for the auto counter. Because I'm doing it a really backwards way. I'll be honest, I have to do it a really awkward way, not the quick, efficient way. So it's completely a me problem. It's 100% a me problem why it's doing it. So don't worry. Because I have enough power, I don't think, to run everything. It's not an error because it works. It's more, I don't want to put another app and have the virtual camera running on the same system that's streaming. I don't know how much more it's going to take. So I run the app on a different system and it sort of it films the live feed for the auto tracker to work. It does it perfectly, got no issues with it. But I've got to do it sort of a bit more of a long-winded way. But that's just because it's easier for me. I try not to have more than I need opened on here. So we'll worry about that later, right? But it works fine, that's perfect, yes. And I'm going to have to start setting up route 3 and 4. Because I think we are going to do the 5 main Galar routes before we go in the wild area. I've got to figure out how I want to do the wild area, because it's quite difficult with the weather changes, so I don't know whether to make like a snowstorm tracker, because it's easier if I can just change the tracker rather than make a new one each time we catch a shiny. I'm keeping the Route 1 one. I've treated it as a phase, so when we go back to Route 1, we've got it made. Same for this, when we get the shiny, it'll be put as a phase. Doesn't make too much difference. So that is the primary objective for today, to build the other trackers. But I don't know if it's due to weather-based, like snow, because I think most of the snow encounters are the same. But it's just me trying to set them all up. So if we get a shiny, it's just a pause, open, make main output, go. The auto tracker will be set up on it. We can just go, because I can just basically watch the VOD to do it all. Which is why this one was so easy to instantly start. But that's just me being a bit too planning ahead. The thing you must have learned from me by now is I plan ahead a lot. Hello, Taco. How are we doing? I have got my... Have I got my Arsenal kit on today? Probably. How has Elden Ring been treating you? As well. We are trying to get some more shinies. I don't know if they're being nice, but they are a thing that we're desperately trying to get. I don't know if you did see the Paddy Power advert, where it's like Tottenham fan. Oh, I'm going to support whoever is playing West Ham tonight. They're going to be like my second team ever. And they'll be like the best second team ever. And then they go, they're playing Arsenal. And the guy doesn't know what to do with his life. Who's in the championship? But never mind. Never mind. Oh. There is a Huxley as well. But you can follow along with a Totally Taco, who is an extremely funny person to watch play rage bait games. Some Fortnite. And they may build some Lego Formula 1 cars too. Another lovely stream where you can get a Doggo cameo. Which is always fun. Anyone who has a Doggo cameo generally gets some plus points. But you can have some fun seeing her have some chaos in the games. Especially when you can make her stop when she's about to finish. and then watch a character die. But how are we doing today, Huxley? I'm surprised you have. Have you looked at that tree hate you or tree will kill you demo yet? I just feel like it had your name all over it. It's not as good as the other one you were doing, from what I've seen. It still feels like there's some funny moments, but it's not as good as the one you did. I killed something big, then got the sword apparently. No thanks. You enjoyed that game so much. We loved watching you play that game. But thank you for the follow. We do have anonymous follows. This lets you join into our shiny hunts. But if you do want to say hello, feel free. We like to try and let the chat pick our shiny hunts too, because what's better than picking the things you would like to go for? And Huxley is up to 99. I'm assuming you were at a meeting this morning, Huxley, because that's why I got the shiny. That must have been what it was. Huxley had a meeting this morning. I might not do Fortnite anymore. It's just too rage. Just do the rage games on the Sundays. I see so many people turning away from Fortnite at the moment. I think they're doing too much, aren't they? Of course, you're at the dog field. Oh, it was not Squovit. It was the rarest spawn on the road as well. It was Hoot Hoot. So that is number 4 for the challenge. The gold owl for the superb owl. Indeed, indeed. Like the amount of people I used to follow that played Fortnite that don't touch it anymore, it's kind of crazy. I know like Ark has taken over a lot, but I don't enjoy Ark. I think the thing with it is you have to do so much communicating. You're trying to get radar at BDSP at the moment, so I can do some radar hunting. How far along are you? But the rage games would be perfect, because especially when you've got the stop what you're doing. Ones to completely troll you. But I also understand that you don't want to break too many more controllers. I should try the tree one though, but it wasn't for me. But I struggle doing, and what would I call it? Anything that involves too much hand movement on gaming. So I'm not a keyboard and mouse player. 6 unseen. Do you know what 6 you haven't seen? I'm pretty sure you don't need to catch everything if you're getting radar set up. You've only got to see the Synodex. Pretty sure that's how it is. I don't know exactly where it is, but I believe there is a book that shows you a picture of the alternate box art. The one you've got, so you can register it in your Pokedex. You are doing the first radar sessions. Ooh. What are you going for, Buizel, and is she going for Psyduck? That's how it is. That's Grandma's house, I think. Okay. That's the Celestial... the one right in the middle. But if that is helpful, it will help a bit, I hope. But you just don't need... you don't need to catch them. You might go for Baneri for Boost the Thursday. Makes sense. You sure it's not 6? Not 7? What, the 6-7? We were laughing because I realised something about those two lovely numbers. Is when I used to watch football for a long time, when the defending's really bad, so basically when Tottenham are playing, the commentator would go, the defenders are at 6s and 7s. And it's been a saying they've said in football for ages. And When I heard it the other day, it just made me laugh. So why do we hate these numbers so much when they've been doing it for so long? There may be a 6-7 clip if as well. You've just got some of the unseen now. Need to see Alakazam, Cherrim, and Lopunny. Have you done the Elite Four yet? Oh wait, Lopunny was en route. There was a trainer on the way to the electric gym, I think, that had a Lopunny. If I remember rightly, because we were trying to help Huxley with it. I believe. I know for a fact... Cherrim. There must be a trainer that has Cherrim. Have you fought every trainer in the game? I'm pretty sure one of the Elite Four has an Alakazam, though. Pretty sure one does. There's a psychic person in there. So basically, if you finish the game, you should encounter everything. You should be able to tick everything off if you've battled every trainer. Do you also have access to, like, home? At all? Not every trainer yet, but I haven't done the Elite Four. I'm doing the Elite Four now. Okay, I think one has an Alakazam. Does one have a Lopunny? Maybe. I know there's definitely not a Cherrim in there, though. But if you have home, you can put the Pokemon in and out of home to get the Pokedex seen if you've got a Cherrim in another game. If that helps at all. It's basically what I used to do when I wanted to get Radar. Because a shiny charm only affects eggs, so you don't need to worry about that. You just want to plod through at your own pace. But you want to get like the national deck so the wild area has more encounters. You have home, but I don't have Arceus Sword and Shield on the Switch too, so don't have the cherries. Okay. You can also follow along with Huxley, who has been doing some Pokopia, is going to have a masterclass in Radar Shinies today. I will definitely see that. Also, does do some retro rewind, but has some 2000s rock music, a Psyduck collection, and a Golduck temple. One of those might not be true. I don't know which. No one's allowed in the Golduck temple. Okay, that makes sense. I nearly bought a pack of cards with Golduck on the front cover. And JD with 15 badges. Welcome in. How are things? Hopefully all is good. It was nearly you had my common sense before the purchase. It was one of those mystery bundles where you see the front cover, but I mentioned before, one of the reasons why I'm not getting them at the moment is the one I got last time, or I don't know which one it was, whether it was one I got in the shop or one I got off eBay, but it had about 15 of the 50 were trainer cards, maybe 20, and of the actual Pokemon there was about 3 that we had about 8 or 9 of the same cards. So it's like, until I've opened all of them and seen whether it was a one-off, I don't really want to get more. I sent a DM with a new code in English instead of the Dutch words. I think you may need to replace the link with your own link from the Shiny Dex. Okay, I will have a play after stream, so I'm going to build some new ones anyway, because I want to set up some for the other route. So when I build one, I will have one built completely from fresh, and that will be a good little test, I think. If that, but thank you for putting together. How does yours look at the moment? Does yours work nicely? Have you picked the colours and everything that you're looking for? But you basically, I need to basically make a new a link with your own link from the shiny. So I need to make a new output, is what you're saying. Fresh one, I believe. Yeah, that's the hell of a lot of training cards. Yeah, that was why it was so disappointing. Like, I can accept sort of like 5-ish, but they sort of advertise them as what should I say? They advertise them as mixed bundle where it should be. Well, most of them advertise they're going to be 50 different cards. You only wanted to change the font. Okay. I know you were talking about the color because you went to do the color and you made the background black when we were talking about it on your stream. I do remember that. I can't remember, so we'll do this. You can also follow along with Level Up Rob, who has been doing a lot of DS gameplay. So he's after the 3 starters in 2 games. Also does do stuff on those games, but there might be some Lego building, maybe a Pokemon Lego, but has been helping try and do some coding because there is some brains somewhere, not on my end, so I have to rely on Rob's brains to solve all my problems. So hopefully we can see whether this idea works. But there is a lot of shiny hunting over there. And he is very nice to just chill out and chat to, because he is in the know when it comes to setting up all of the 3DSs. No, you can use the link, you just need to put that in the code. Do I need both hidden code? Like, the code is there, do I delete what's there completely? Or do I leave what's there and just put it below? Yes. Because we're talking about colour blindness, I wanted to see if I could help. Okay, thank you. And a 10 stream streak for JD. Very nice. Very nice. When the ads come up, I might try. Because we're about a couple of minutes from the ad lands. It's like me trying to find, like, a weird darker purple colour. Well, I say darker purple, it's kind of what the overlay background is. Hello, Huntress. You won't believe what happened today, Huntress. For the tracker, or for just Shiny Dex itself? I think your bestie has hacked into my game. Because I got a shiny, and guess what? It flies. It flies. What is this? This is the rare encounter on Route 1 as well. So, yeah. For that tracker. Okay. I will set most of it up offline, because I get more chance to pay proper attention to what I'm doing. I made that mistake before. But you can follow along with the Shiny Huntress, who we know is on the partner push. She is... Who is it? 2 out of the 6 for this month of month 2. But there is a Dream Team quest looking for a Shiny Oddish. There are some DAs, which you may see some more today. There'll be some Grief Case that you get to pick what you force her to hunt. If you're at stream early enough, remember to pick the Piplup. And you get to play along and collect the gachas to see if you can collect this 2-month collection before time runs out. What I'll try, Rob, is I'll try and see whether the code changes it, and if it does it, then I'll send you the tracker. That'll probably be easiest. Because if it does work, then we can move on from there, and then I can maybe play with, like, the text if I feel like it. Because I have a text I had in mind, but I definitely don't have it on the computer. So, like, the voice lock bit below me is not on the actual computer I'm on, and when I changed the overlay the other day, it disappeared. Went to, like, boring text. I had to go back and get it on the other one. A shiny is still a shiny, yes. Yes, we're on 4. No, it's not. Basically, I operate off 2 systems, and I do most of my editing for my overlays and everything on the other one. But for some reason, I thought I just quickly wanted to try something with the tracker. I wanted to try and do the one where you can make your own background. So I basically put the design of the tracker I want, which is pretty much exactly the same shape, but with a different background and all the spots to put in. What type of music? I am mostly pop punk. More pop punk rock. So Blink 182, Bowling for Soup, New Day, Simple Plan. That era is pretty much my main choice of music. But I don't really know much modern. Mrs. Astrid likes bowling for something. And Rob is at 23. Very nice, very nice. Don't forget your daily gym badges. But the hoot hoot is going to be needed. So I'm glad that I could get something. There's like 300 in this first segment, so we're up to 4. And that is Diggy's first as well. Welcome in. Punk rock, yes. Punk rock. I always forget. No, you don't. You've got 11. You can't always forget. You can't always forget. Because you're going on a bit later today, aren't you? Uh-oh. Toxic. Everybody likes a bit of Kit Wilson and the Toxic, right? There we go. That is our Toxic. We try to keep it going. Yeah, Boniface Soup is... I've seen them twice, I think. Once sober, once drunk. Once went with money, once left without any. Got the Bowling for Soup and Dolly Rots merch, because they also performed with the Dolly Rots once, and I love the Dolly Rots. But I don't know many people that have heard of them. Because Bowling for Soup have recently just done their own version of In Too Deep, with a very weird animation for the Sum 41 video as well. Just pretty much Jarrett being one of the normal ones. It's very hard to describe. But it was a very fun one. So that is something we have seen. I don't really expect to get anything else on this area. I shouldn't be... Like, we've done, what, 800 on this route? We did our tree run, which is about 20. I don't really know how many we've done. But thank you, both Huntress and Rob, for the lurk. Hopefully we would, but I don't mind. I think if I ever get 2 in a day, it's broken luck. At the 1 in 4,000, yeah, there's no way I should get 2. If I can hit nearer 1,000 a day, I'll be very happy. But I have to get rid of Zigzagoons. I can't deal with this area with Zigzagoon. Like, this is like one of the dream ones. This or Sea Dot. But they're both I think Sea Dot is not an overworld encounter anywhere, which is why I need to get the Sea Dot. I don't need more than one. I just wouldn't mind getting it. You found the Charon Trainer. Perfect. Perfect. I think this is like the hint, if anyone was playing it, is to try to focus on just battling everyone. It will help when you are doing radar, because one of the mistakes you might find is you've missed a trainer on the grass you want to radar in, and I think if you go into a trainer battle, it'll break your chain, and it's very easy if you've missed a couple. We will do another radar class, if we want to call it that, on Wednesday. I don't know the target yet, but we'll think of something. We may go for the swarm. I don't know what the swarm will be, so we'll have to wait and see. But we will see. There's quite a lot I would like to go for still. There's a few I don't want to go for this month, but we'll wait for the actual radar competition because we want to go for the easiest ones in that. I think it's the best way to put it. There's no point going for a hard hunt unless it's worth more points. We may focus on the Nidoran line for that, like Psyduck. Maybe go for the Psyduck. Maybe Golduck. You're lucky that we already have Golduck in the Switch 2 living decks, otherwise people might suggest we name it after you if we do stream a month. You never know. We are going to bring back Stream a Month, so we will be naming shinies after streamers. He did indeed. But it is just basic. Remember, some of these on that list I do already have in the Switch 2 decks, so let's not forget that. But I am doing good, Cheerio. How are you doing? I guess the question is, how are both of you doing with your back and leg pains? Are they both getting better? I think 900 will be the limit for today. We'll have a quick look to see whether what was sent worked. Ricardo, welcome in. I am doing good, thank you. We got our first shiny in this challenge. How are you doing? You're doing good today. Bag is better. Managed to get the doggo filled this morning. Freedom! Freedom, Huxley is free to run around. What shiny? It was Hoot Hoot. A Route 1 Hoot Hoot. And the rarest spawn on Route 1, which is good. Do you like it when you get the rare spawn? Wasn't expecting it. I was expecting Squovit, and I'm quite happy that Squovit is not here. Oh, what's this? This is the Seedot. Just got back from the family lunch. Nice, nice. Hopefully you had a good time. And if you are a Go player, I would imagine you may have got a couple of Lechonks. And if you're in the UK, Lechonk is a go. Go and catch your shiny Lechonks. We have hit the Adlands, so we will pause for a moment. We won't do any hunting during the ads. And we're going to quickly look at something. But we have done incredibly well with them all. So, let's see. Okay, I will need to do a bit of extra bit on that. Let's worry about that later then. Skipping the community day. I have no need for the chonk. I will just do whatever turns up at home. Is that alright? That alright, probably. And Huxley is off. You already have one from the wild. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I think we'll get to 900 encounters and then we will stop. I believe that'll be a good place to stop for today. Okay, I should have run from that. And we don't want to do any of the encounters while we are in Adlands. How was Mortal Kombat? It was Mortal Kombat-ish. A lot of action, a lot of fighting, a lot of funniness. Still have my favourite character in it. It doesn't hold back, so that's where it really shines. There is the brutality that we had in the first one as well. I was slightly more confused though, because I think it was more traditional. It is combat, rather than learning your skill combat like the first one was. Let's see what makes you special. And it was just the traditional idea that it is two worlds fighting, winner gets the other realm. That's the core of it, which was quite interesting to see. I still kind of want to see what The Miz would have been like as Johnny Cage, though. Can't help but just want to see what The Miz would have done. You know I'm going to get a shiny Rookity, don't you? We can all see I'm going to get a shiny Rookity. What's it? I think he kind of appealed or campaigned for it. I think after the first one, he's sort of been a bit of a tongue-in-cheek that he would like to do it, but not quite. Like, I don't think he even got auditioned. And welcome back, Jay. How are you? How are things? You believe The Miz will be in part 2 / part 3? I believe part 3. Things are doing okay. To what? You can follow along with Ricardo Plate, who has been doing a little bit of Pokopia, building his perfect paradise. Outside of that, he is mastering champions, and there is some shiny hunting too. So if you want a mix of that, you can follow along. If you do know other friends of the channel, like your Bradlows, he's in like the same sort of circles as that as well. So you will also know a few people he does. It's always worth saying hello, see what he is up to. But yeah, there's quite a lot with what's going on. Are you familiar with Masuda method when it comes to shunning? I know of it, yes. I don't have any luck doing it, but I know of it. What did you need to get the Ditto? This is coming from somebody who did like nearly 1,500 encounters on Scarlet and Violet and didn't get a single starter in Masuda. Very familiar. Okay, then what language have you been playing your game in? And did you say you had access to home? Do you have access to home? So one of the things you could probably do is on the mobile version, if you're looking for a non-English Ditto, just remember it's only got to be non-English. It doesn't need to be Japanese. It can be German, Spanish, Italian, it doesn't matter. Just not English. Is if you go on the GTS, you could probably search for Dittos and see what language it is, and they might be looking for something that isn't in a certain language. That is one of the best ways to do it. The other way is to look at what on Scarlet and Violet or on this game, look at the Pokedex number. Probably Scarlet and Violet, to be honest. You might find people trying to trade it, and the idea is you put the Pokedex number in as the code. So just for simplistic sake, say it is 123 in the Pokedex, you'll put in 0123, 0123, and somebody else who is looking for a Ditto should match up with you. That's pretty much the way to get the Ditto if you want a non-English one. You can probably try some forums. Like, I don't think, well, you can ask in the Discord if you want. I don't know if anybody has a non-English Ditto, but if you feel like joining the Discord, there is a trade segment in there. You might find somebody with one. I know there is somebody in there who was doing some trades through home. Trade code for the foreign Ditto is 4. Okay. Trying to figure out what the number is for that, but usually it was like Pokedex numbers. But thank you, Huxley. I know there was somebody in the Discord who is playing the games in Italian, so they might have a Ditto, but I can't say for sure. It should work in any game, but there might be less people playing Sword. That's the thing. You can take the one from Scarlet and Violet and put it in Sword. Like, it can go in BDSP, Sword, Shield, Scarlet, and Violet, the Ditto. But that's the... I don't have anything in the current games I'm in that's a foreign Ditto. What you would need to try and offer up an English Ditto. Because the person is going to be looking for a different language Ditto that wants to trade. You might get an English one. If you get an English one, just keep trading until you get one. Like, it doesn't really matter as long as you've got one to trade. Have you caught one in this game? Or were you wondering where to catch it? And if so, you caught like 32 Dittos. Okay. Fair enough. Well, you got enough. Yeah, so you can try the code. I can't guarantee you'll meet many people who are putting the code in. You may end up getting... Okay, you won't get any guarantee unless you don't mind using certain places to trade. But it's all about what you would rather get. That's probably the best way to put it. There'll be a lot of people putting ones out there from different bots and stuff. And that's the problem. So just make sure... I would suggest not putting anything Ditto you get into home. If you... like, it shouldn't do anything, but if you're doing any trading, unless you personally know the person you're trading with, I would try not to put it into home. For a bit of safety, just... like, there's always rumours that they try to be... it might get rejected. As well. Because, like, some people will be... as I say, if you have a look in the Discord, there might be a couple of people that are playing not in English who might have a Ditto they can trade. Because at the end of the day, they probably would... if they're playing not English, they might take an English Ditto. Because it'll do. It'll do on their end as well. We might be able to have a quick look on... I think one of my saves might have a non-English Ditto, but I can't remember which one. That's the thing. I'm completely lost on which one does what. I know for a fact this doesn't have a Ditto on this one. We might get to the 850 and then have a look. We can have a look for a couple of the saves. But I do know there was somebody who did a trade with me. They did it through home and they were playing the games. They can only do trades in home, but they might say that they will help you and send you one. And if they do, it should be an Italian one. But I don't know whether they will do the trade still. But I know there are some people that don't play fully in English. Like, but I don't want to call everybody out because they might be busy. They might not want to do the trading right now. There's a lot of people who are not based in the UK who do play in English as well. But if you ask the question, a couple of people might say yes. I do know a couple of people who have this game and are not playing in English in the Discord. So, but I could have a quick look on the other save. Dude, what's up? What's up? Oh, it's you two talking to each other. Okay. You two know each other. Fair enough. I wasn't sure. I thought you were talking to me. Oh, just met. Okay. Fair enough. You think? Okay. Okay. What is up, JD? What is up? That's 848. 840. We can do one more. Then we'll have a little peek through some of the other saves. Nothing much. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so we did get one shiny today. We did. What game is the Ditto needed for? Because I might have one. I believe, well, it was ideally for Sword and Shield. But it had to be not in English. Right, so here is our shiny for today. We can have another look at the Hoot Hoot. Lovely little Hoot Hoot. So we're very happy with that. I will just load up. The thing is, I've got some saves with a lot in. So let's have a quick look. Let's have a look. So I basically stored the non-shinies in stuff, but I can't remember what save I was working on some breeding, because I'm probably not going to do breeding offline for a long time. Not that page. Not that page! But I remember I did put a lot of storage together. What do we have here? The other option is, do you know what you want to breed? Particularly. Well, I do have a Poipo in there. Ditto. Ditto. What do we have? Scanning them all quickly to see whether there's one in here. I want to breed every Pokemon for... Okay. Wait, I've left the Matang Melmetal in here. Why would I do that? At the moment, you're working on Dratini. Okay. Definitely not that one. Ditto, Ditto. Oh, where are you? Where are you, Ditto? That looks like... Oh, that's a small lot of boxes, right? The chances are if I've got a Ditto, it'll be in the daycare, won't it? Let's be honest. If we had a Ditto, it would probably be in the daycare. So probably would have done breeding in this game. I made like 50 eggs, maybe more. That makes sense. Like, this game's not as bad. You are in Spanish. Okay. It's kind of up to you. If you want to help out, feel free. But if you don't, no pressure at all. Do you have anything? Oh, we have an egg. Oh, that means there must be a foreign Ditto here. I think people just say the term foreign Ditto. What have we got then? What have we put in here? Yes. Milcery. Okay. I can trade you this Ditto if you would like this Ditto. It is up to you. What's it? Nature? You can just send me another Ditto, an English one if you want. Just one of the spare English ones, and I will eventually find someone that can trade with. I'm not going to use this save file for anything. If I'm honest, this is like my storage folder. Like this isn't even like my best, like my old trainer name that I don't even know what it is. So be understanding that it might not be voice. It won't be voices. I can tell you that much. I don't even know what my trainer ID is in this game. You know how to do the trading before I go into it. I want to make sure before. And then, as I said, then we'll look to finish up. Yep, with the set link code. Yes, I will put the link code in as today's date, which is 09/05/2026. And then it'll be up and it'll be searching, and hopefully I will find you soon. Shall we see what we're called in this game? What did we call ourselves? Okay, that's the one. It is 09/05/2026. And the reason this save doesn't really bother me is I caught all the legends in the DAs. I didn't realise that you could shiny hunt. I didn't really know what shiny hunting was when I played this. Okay, we will find you, hopefully. Like, as I say, not many people are going to be playing this game as much. I could probably take this Ditto you send me and put it in Scarlet and Violet. Or ask somebody to do the trade at a later date if I really wanted another one. I'm assuming, I can never remember where it says the trainer name here. Then is it Ditto for Ditto? It's not like Sword and Shield, it shows you everything. But this save I haven't touched in so long, like, because I caught everything, so I had to replay the game. I don't even know if I beat Zacian and Zamazenta. That pretty much sums up how far I got. But this should help a lot. I don't know how real this one is. As I say, it came from 2020. There's still quite a lot you need in DAs. No worries, no worries. We will be doing DAs tomorrow. I try to do the DAs once a week, and Sunday is my preferred day of choice for it. I find it a little bit easier. So we will back out of there. So enjoy your breeding sessions. I will save this up, and I think we will go and do a cheeky little raid. I just need to pause the timer. I don't want that to go off again. And close this because I don't need that right now. So I think we know where we will go today, right? It's not a problem. Like, we're happy to help people. We know that when you are a little bit newer, or there are bits that are so much easier to have communication while trading, we want to try and help as best we can. So hopefully, if you ever need stuff, feel free to ask and we can help. I say DAs are going to be open tomorrow, so if you are into some DAs, you can come along and say hello. Right. So I feel like we have a choice. I feel like we could probably push and help here a little bit, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to go and see the Huntress today. She is working very hard to get partner, so if you can leave a lurk and say hello, she is doing DAs, so hopefully you will enjoy some time there. But thank you to everyone today. Rex for the big raid, all the new follows, the Elite Four for doing all the work behind the scenes. We'll be back, as we say, tomorrow for DAs. We got the hoot hoot, we're up to 4. Let's keep rolling and let's say hello to the Huntress. Have a good afternoon.